Okay, wait a minute. What did I do? Okay. Nope, I didn't. Bear with me, people. Okay. All right. If anybody saw that, I was a minor technical difficulty. Hello, people. Whoever's out there. Hello again. This is Tom, and this is the INFJ Experience live again. Live at it is. It is early morning here in the United States, in the eastern quadrant of the United States. It is 1:30 in the morning. My gosh, Eastern Standard Time where I am. Now, wherever you are in your part of the world, maybe it's middle of the day. Maybe you're having a wonderful Sunday afternoon right now, somewhere, wherever you are. But right now, I'm having a wonderful Sunday morning, very early morning, where I am. So, hello, people, and how are you? I'm looking for my live broadcast. Here we go. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, here we go. All right. My live broadcast. Here we go. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, here we go. Turn that off. Okay, turn that off. Okay, got to turn that off as well. Okay, hey, all right, I got it. We're up and running here. So, people, how are you? Is anybody out there? All right, I'm looking to see if anybody's out there at the moment. If we can figure that out. Now, if you'd like to have a chat, one is watching. Hello, that one watching. How are you? I wonder who that might be. And if you just found me, then hello. Welcome to the show. And the show must go on, as you know. Yeah, so this is Tom. This is the INFJ Experience. I'm looking quite scruffy nowadays. It's been a long winter, and I just felt like growing out my beard. And I tell you, it keeps the face warm in the middle of the night when I'm out working. So that's why it got me a beard like that. Plus, it's just wintertime rolls around. I like to jazz it up a little bit. I like to get a little shaggy. It's just my style of things, So if you'd like to talk to me, if you'd like to chat, you can leave a chat down below. And but the thing is, what I do here on this channel is we talk about the INFJ experience, the INFJ personality type, and we talk about the MBTI type as well. We talk about human nature. We'll talk about philosophy, science, quantum physics. We'll talk a little bit about anything. But a lot of times I like to talk about things that just stimulate the mind. And a lot of times understanding our own human nature, understanding our own human existence. Yeah, that's what I like to do. And so I think we spend a lifetime trying to figure ourselves out in so many ways. And I think a lot of times we need a little help sometimes. Sometimes we just like to have some input. We just like to have some connection sometimes, occasionally. We like to know somebody out there is on the same page as us. Now, if you are an INFJ personality type and you were steered in this direction and maybe you were led to this, maybe an algorithm, maybe you had a notification, whoever you might be. And let's say hello, okay? Now, I just want to apologize. If anybody has seen me from the last time, my last broadcast, my last live was a few nights ago. I can't remember. I think it was Thursday night or Wednesday night. I can't remember. All of a sudden, I lost the signal. I don't know what happened. It's like my internet went down. The whole Wi-Fi just stopped. And for some reason, and I'm thinking, is YouTube shutting me down? Well, I didn't know what was going on. It really didn't. But I sat there a little while trying to figure it out, and it just seemed like even my phone wasn't like, my computer said, no signal. And then finally that thing started coming back. I'm thinking, oh, good. I thought for a while there, did they shut my channel down? I didn't know what happened. I thought, why would they do that? But I got it back. I did get it back, and that's a good thing. So if anybody happened to have been watching that at the time, I do apologize. It was just... I even tried to send a small message out there, but by that time there was no transmission at all. So I thought, you know what, I might have to just figure out what happened there. I never really could, but So anyway, people, yes, this is so. Bottom line is, I just want to tell you the state of the channel at the moment. If you're interested, the channel right now is at 789 subscribers. I'm pushing 800 subscribers at this point. Yeah, I'm still under 1,000. I'm still in the hundreds. I'm still a small channel guy. Yeah, and yeah, but you got to start somewhere. I mean, Rome wasn't built in a day. You know what I mean? So you got to take it that way. Everything is brand new, and everything has to start from somewhere, and it has to grow on its own. And that's what I'm trying to do with the channel. But your help, your support out there, people, is what it is. I'd be nothing without you out there. You are the channel. And if you are subscribed to this channel, then you are it. Yes, exactly. So, yes, we have 4, we have 5. Hello, there's 5 out there. Hello, there's 5. Hello, 5. 5 out there watching. Yeah, so, yes, if you have any questions, if you have any kind of concerns, if you have any just issues, anything like that, good morning, Jason W. Hello, Jason. Hey, I good morning. Yes. Hey, I recognize that picture of yours. You left. Yeah, we were chatting earlier. I do remember that. Chatting on my video I just put out. Which one was that? Was that the latest video? I left a comment about that, and you commented back, I think. I think that's it. I believe that. But yes, it's good to see you there. Yes, yeah, okay. I remember that. It was something about. Was it the one about the planning or something like that? My planning video, right? And you you were concerned that, trying to reach out to younger INFJs, was it really necessary? Because they have to struggle. Like, it's not really worth it. They have to forge on. They have to learn themselves. I understand where you're coming from. But the thing is, like I said, it's, oh, hey, Froosh. Oh, Cardia. Oh, yeah, that's right. You wanted me to call you Cardia. That's right. And yes, yes, hello. I'm doing great as usual, visiting your live. Okay. Like I said before, I was abruptly cut off a few nights ago from the live, and if anybody understood that or was part of that, please understand I don't know what happened. It just something happened. I think I lost my signal. The internet seemed to just shut me down. I'm not sure, but I'm trying again. So, yeah. But Jason, you left a comment, and I just basically said, hey, you can lead a horse to the water, but you can't make him drink. And made another comment, basically saying, no matter what, if you think somebody needs, to be spoken to, you don't just not tell a child because you figure they're not going to listen anyway. It's like, hey, don't ride down that bike with no brakes and no helmet. You might crash. It's like, well, he's not going to listen anyway. Just let him. At some point, you have to just say, look, you got to throw that out there, right? I mean, but I guess that's bottom line what we got to do. But yes, it's good to see some of you out there. That's awesome. But if you have any questions, any concerns, let me know. And I do have another video that's due to come out tomorrow afternoon. And well, actually, I just did that because it'll be 48 hours. I let it sit in the chamber, basically in the whole algorithm chamber, I should say, so it can be identified and all that. So yes, but that's basically what happened. But I do remember that we just chatted about that. So Karia, how is the weather in the Philippines? Cardia, I should say. Hopefully everything is going well out there. And Jason, I don't know where you're from. Maybe you told me. I can't remember exactly. I try to remember. I try to remember your names, your faces, and your texts. I like to know people, and I like to know where you're from. And sometimes I forget, or maybe I didn't know. I can't remember. But I would imagine either you're from the United States and you're a nighthawk, or you're from another part of the world. A good possibility. But I guess that's okay. But I did have a discussion. My latest video that's coming out tomorrow. I can give you a preview because you're watching. Okay, because you're here. Let's see. It's basically about a balancing act. That's what it's called. It's called the balancing act. And well, previously we have just light storm. Currently, we have just normal day, without snow here in the Philippines. Oh, I didn't. Does it snow in the Philippines? I didn't think it did. And in the tropics, I thought. But okay, I'm gonna look. I don't want to get too far. Oh, Jason, you're from Wales in the UK, town called Port Talbot. Okay, all right. So it's very early morning for you then, sir. Well, top of the morning to you. Yeah, there you go. In Wales, yeah, you're about 6 hours ahead. Yeah, that's right. There's no snow in the Philippines. I thought so. It's too warm to snow in the Philippines. Yes, LOL. Okay, yeah, awesome. Wales. I think we were just talking about Wales. Somebody else, it might have been you. I thought it was another name that said that they were from Wales, from the UK as well. Just had the pop. Hey, Jethro Rafori. Now, Jethro, a fro. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember if you were you ever here before. I don't recognize the name, but if I don't, welcome to the broadcast. I'm trying to get familiar with people here. It was me. Okay, it was you. Okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, you're from Wales then. Okay, I'm going to remember that again. All right. And yes. Oh, so Jethro. Okay. Yeah, so you're new here. That's good. Well, you know what? We always like I like it when new people come in. I like to be well, that's good. That's how you get to meet people out here. Okay, but bottom line is, like I said, the new video is basically about how to stay in balance. I mean, we need to stay balanced in our functions, basically. I mean, a lot of times the problems with our with who we are as INFJs. A lot of times, some of the issues that we have a lot to do with the fact that we drift. We drift into different worlds. I mean, in other words, we are introverted intuitive, and that's our dominant function. That's our gift. That's what we are. We're very perceptive of things. We're able to read people. We're able to feel their emotions. We have intuition. We're able to just pick up things. We can read rooms. As you know, this is our telltale superpower. Now, a lot of times also it isolates us. As you know, we get very isolated. And a lot of times there are drawbacks to our personality, as we talk about. Now, a lot of times, too, we have a very, let's say, inferior extroverted sensing, of course. So a lot of times, because we're so isolated, a lot of times we want to escape our isolation. Maybe we want to escape the pain. So we run into the stimulation of the extroverted sensing world. But at that point there, we run to people. Maybe we run to relationships. And at this point here, either we start slipping into shadow functions, or we end up getting into relationships and people that drain us. So what do? We drift back into our solitude, into our isolation in order to recharge. Okay? And then when we start feeling the pain of the loneliness again, we drift back to the world. See, I guess my point is that the balancing act that I'm talking about is basically on that idea that we tend to go to the sensing, go back to our introversion, and through our life, we kind of drift back and forth. We're kind of going back and forth. My point is that as you mature, as you understand yourself, you have to find more of the balance where you're in both worlds at the same time. You see what I mean? You have to stay in the middle of it. And then at this point here, your mind gets less confusing. You have to make sure that you can maintain both worlds at the same time, like the balancing act. Very similar to that trapeze artist that would walk on that tightrope with that pole in the middle, and he had to make sure he was perfectly balanced. And the ones that didn't have the net underneath, well, they had to make sure because they had nothing protecting them. So I guess that's part of what it was. And there was some other points in there too. Obviously, so that'll be coming out. But I encourage you to watch that one when that comes out as well. So we have 6 out there. Well, awesome. Was on with the music stream. Okay. All right. So when you say was on with the music stream, do you mean like my channel, my broadcast, or did you just happen to, were you listening to that and then you found me here or something? Oh, well, okay. All right. I would imagine a lot of times, yeah, it's good. I mean, in the middle of the night, people just, they're out there. They're out there and they just stumble across me sometimes. Or either that or I'm stumbling across you at the same time. I just happen to go on at a certain time. So, but yeah. But bottom line is that yeah, people. That's basically what my latest video will be about when that comes out. I was gonna record one today, but I had some things to do, like taxes. I know, I probably don't really care about this personal stuff, but I did have to finally file my taxes, and I had to go through all that, and I just finally got them done, though. I did get them done. I had to put them all together, get them all copied and everything, and put them in the, so they're ready to go. So that's good. I'm kind of relieved in a way. Here in the United States, we have to file by April 15th. I'm not sure what your tax way of doing things in other countries is. I just know the way it is in the U.S. And I mean, I still got enough time, but I just want to get it done. So, yeah, but of course, there's a lot of regulations you got to go through and fill out forms and things. So, yeah, but again, I mean, I'm sure every country has a different way that they collect taxes. I mean, I can't speak for anybody else. Don't know how their system is. But I'm sure everybody in every country pays some kind of tax. That much I know. Some higher than others. Can't escape the tax. Yeah, they just can't. Okay. But as far as the INFJ experience goes, things are going well. I got to tell you, people, I very much enjoy the channel. I really do enjoy, making it, maintaining it. 13, Rhett, love you. Hey, Rhett, how you doing? Rhett, you were actually in the middle of that. God bless. Hey, Rhett. Hey, it's good to hear from Rhett. He's from Ohio. I remember that. He's from, I can't remember, somewhere in Ohio. That's right. Now, listen, Rhett, you were part of that last broadcast I had last couple of nights ago, and I all of a sudden started buffering. What happened was, I don't know what happened. I just lost the signal, and I couldn't get back. It's like my Wi-Fi went down. But I figured I'd make up for it again, and I didn't know when. I just felt like, got my taxes done. Hey, I'm going live. That's all. Yeah, so it's about midnight. You're about an hour behind. You're in the United States, Rhett. That's good. But yeah, no, the channel's doing great. And a lot of it is because I like to come on these lives. I think just going live, I just know that I'm still a small channel. I'm still considered a very small channel, but do you accept donations? I'm not. I would say yes, of course, if you're willing. But the thing is, you see, I have to. The thing is that sometimes with YouTube, I know you have to get into the partners program. I'm not sure if they allow certain like donations before that. I can't imagine they wouldn't. I mean, that as long as it's a private thing, but yeah, as long as I'm not soliciting them, I'm not sure how that works. I'm really not. I know I can't solicit or go into the partners program until I have over 500 subscribers. That's part of one of the thresholds, and 3,000 valid watch hours. It's just something that YouTube does, or 4,000 in order to get the ad revenue things if you're going to get monetized. But of course, I'd say, yeah, I mean, as long as you were willing to do that out of the goodness of your heart, of course I would. I'll have to. I tell you what, though, Jason, I have an email on my main description page. If anybody's interested, I just have an email, an address. I believe it's Tom Omega, and it's almost like one word: Tom Omega, TOMEGA, INFJ Experience at Gmail. It's something like that. But I mean, if you want to send me an email, let me know a little more information. If you'd like to do that, yeah, that's fine. But so that's a way to contact me, okay, through the email. And it's like I said, it's on my main description, on my main, the title of my main page, okay. Let me see, what are we writing here? It feels good to connect. Yes, of course. Yeah, always does. Jason W. always does. And Navarra, I remember that name. Y5S2D. With your great intuition, why don't you do political reviews? Because you have a great ability to forecast the future. Really? Is that right? Really? You know what? I tell you what. Vamp Fox. Oh, I'm seeing them. Everybody's coming in. Oh, I love it. I'm seeing Vamp Fox too. Morning. Yes, good morning, Jason. I'm seeing all of you coming on in here. Oh, gosh. I Listen, I like to see new people, but I also like my old friends coming in. I'm seeing you. You're coming back. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. Be back in 10 minutes or so to get the dog. Yeah, go get that dog. Who let the dogs out, huh? Yeah, go let that dog. I'm sure that thing's yelping to have to use the backyard. You know what I mean? Make sure you bring some plastic gloves, right? Yeah, okay. Well, let him. Hey, if you got a neighbor that's bugging you, just let him go sniff around over in his yard. You know, I'm only kidding, people. I'm joking. Vamp Fox, good morning. Good morning to you. Yes, my gosh, it's morning. Yeah, and I'm sure it's a bright, sunny morning where you are. It's still pitch black where I am. I'm still on the dark side of the earth. That is, yeah. But yes, but like I said, yeah, definitely. You could make connections as far as that way. Like I said, yeah, last transmission we had, I lost the signal. Somehow my internet was interrupted and I lost the whole signal. I've been trying to explain that to some of you. So, but it's good to see everybody. It's good to see you coming in here today. It's awesome. But if you have any questions, you said something about doing political things. You know what? Listen, this is not the channel for that. I trust me. I would have some good opinions and I would do political debates. I know a lot of things about politics, but I don't want to bring them to this channel. This channel is not about that. This is about self-help. This is about basically our personality type. This is about understanding human nature. You know our format here. Now, there was somebody actually trolling me on the last broadcast as well, if you remember. And he kept saying, "Are you Republican or Democrat?" I'm like, listen, this is not the show for that. I mean, it would have to be a different channel for me to get on to something like that. But hey, maybe if you think that's what I should do, I mean, I was actually thinking I'm going to get another channel anyway. I got to find a niche. I wouldn't mind doing some kind of political opinion stuff. I mean, but this is a next. Vamp Fox, actually, it's been raining for the last 3 or 4 days. Yeah, well, yeah. Sometimes you just need the rain. You really do. I mean, rain is good, I mean, it's almost like rain is kind of like it's that necessary thing. As much as it's dreary and it's cold and it's damp and you can't really go out and it's wet and it's not a pleasant thing. It is healthy. It's healthy for the world. I mean, the plants need water. I mean, everything needs hydration, needs moisture. I mean, gosh, we need water and moisture as well. But I think of a rainy day as the same thing as like, here's something deep for you, Vamp Fox. When I think of like the seasons, or when I think of like weather, that's another way of that. I think of those as emotions in a sense. I really do. Think of the weather as almost having like an emotions. Okay, for one thing, you get a bright, sunny, wonderful day, and yet that's happiness. But then, what if you have a sunny day and it's too hot? Is that like anger? Is it like anger, or just like being uncomfortable? And let's say, then you get your rainy day. You could chalk that up to like tears falling from your eyes. It's a sad day. But all these emotions are part of your character. It's part of you. And then of course you have let's say you have a storm, a rainstorm, maybe a snowstorm, a blizzard, a tsunami. And that's like rage. That's like your turmoil and you have that swirling rage of like a hurricane that's whirling around. Yeah, that's like the swirling rage of your thoughts, of being confused. So a lot of times you can chalk the world, the earth itself, up to a kind of a mirrored manifestation of who we are inside spiritually. I've always thought that way as a kid. I've always kind of had that mind to kind of compare. It's like that's how I understood how understanding the nature around us and knowing how the physics and the world works, even down to like the weather and how it reflects into our soul and our mind. Like the greatest manifestation of that. How all these things go on in our psyche and our spirit. See? Oh, okay. Never. Get another channel. Do politics and world views like Epstein. Oh, like the Epstein files? Okay, those channels are doing well currently. Not many intuitives do these kind of channels. Intuitives can bring different dimensions. You know what? I got to tell you, that is incredibly, I like that opinion. I mean, you're going to give me something to think about. You really are. You're going to give me a lot to think about. And I appreciate that input. I'm planning on getting another channel. Now, eventually, like I said, I have a plan I need to get more material. I need a better computer. I'm going to eventually. I have my phone. I have a Chromebook. I have limited right now. Eventually, I'm hoping to eventually get more equipment so I can do things. But I could do this as it is. I'd have to have another channel. But also, too, a lot of times I try to balance this channel. I try to work on this channel. And if I had another one, I'd have to kind of do two of them. And being that I'm still working full time, I kind of, during the week, it's hard enough just to focus on one. Usually I got to do these on the weekends. So, but if I had a little more time, actually I do have a vacation this week. That's why I've been doing a little bit more videos and things. But yeah, I would do that if I had more time to myself to do those things, by no doubt. But thank you for that input. I'm going to definitely think about that for sure. I've always enjoyed the rain. I noticed my youngest was drawn to rain, makes him happy, and my dad, he used to be happy too. Oh, okay. Nice. Well, yeah, the rain's got a certain charm about it. Yeah, of course. Of course it does. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But I mean, there's certain times, like, I'll tell you one thing. Say you're in a drought. When you're in a drought and it rains, everybody's happy. Everybody's happy when it's, because you need that rain. But when you're getting tons of it and you feel like you had plenty and it keeps raining and it keeps raining, then it's like, all right, God, enough already, It's like, more rain? Are you kidding? You know what I'm saying? But that's okay. That's okay. I guess it all works out. It's a perfect balance. Yeah, it just does. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I would consider that. I'd get into like politics and thing. I might just consider that on one of my next channel, possibly, for sure. All right. And I will remember that suggestion. I was actually thinking of some other niches. I mean, maybe some reaction videos or something like that. But, but the thing is right now, see, this is still like my first channel. I'm still a young new guy. I mean, I'm the new guy on the block. I'm not even at 1,000 subscribers yet. I'm still relatively small, very small, and I do see it growing. I see a lot of my videos are starting to get more views. They're getting more watch time, and I'm getting more comments. When I'm going live like this, I notice there's a lot more participation, way more than it was when I first started, and things too. And another thing too, what I've noticed about going live also, and not only that, if you look at some of my earlier videos, I noticed that I was a little more reluctant to speak. I was speaking, I was talking, but a lot of times I was not even fully pronouncing words. Know why? Because I was coming out of like a lot of, I wasn't talking to many people. I didn't talk a lot. I didn't have a lot of friends. I've always been introverted, and a lot of times now I had a night job, so I was working a lot at night, and I had just gotten through I had just gone through a lot of things. Basically, a lot of like spiritual growth things. This was about 6, 7 months ago, and I was just entering into that. And if you notice some of my earlier videos, I feel like I was speaking, but a lot of times, like I said, some of the words weren't even forming right. Like I was slurring them. I'm like, I can't believe it. I mean, I speak, I understand speaking, but I'm not practiced because I don't even talk to people that much. And of course, I was stuttering a lot, which I kind of do. Sometimes I talk a little bit, or I talk fast, and I notice like because I hear my own videos, I'm like, oh, I said that. I say two twice or something. Well, I was doing that even more so in some of the earlier videos, and so I had to finally just realize that, you know what, I need practice. I need to get out and speak. I need to just make more videos. I need to get on these lives and things like that. I need to start getting out there a little more. Now, look, I don't have a lot of physical friends. I do occasionally go out to a pub here and there, like on the weekends, but it's not like I sit and chat with people. You know what I mean? But, okay, I'm going to look at what you're writing here. Let's see. I've always enjoyed the rain. Makes me younger, drawn to the rain. Yep, okay, I got that one. Okay, Karia. I'm not much comfortable with political discourse, but I've always cared about human psychology and development, like moral philosophy or ethics, perhaps. Yeah, that's why you're drawn to this channel. Now, basically, we just said Navarra is basically just saying I should try to do a political show. And I thought, hey, that's a good idea. But that's not for this channel. That's not part of this channel. But it would be good for another channel. This is more on the idea of why you're drawn here, Carrier. Okay? So I'm going to keep this channel like that. I'm not going to drift into politics here. I don't think you're not here for that. If you're here for that, there's a million political channels out there. If you want left wing, right wing, center, extreme this, extreme that, yeah, it's all over the place, And then sometimes you say, oh, you like this guy, and all of a sudden you lose people. Just unsubscribe. Oh gosh, he likes that guy. Oh, I don't like him anymore. You know what I mean? People are funny about politics, but if you have a station that you know who you are, and that's what you are, and you have your opinion based in a certain political wing. I mean, say you're coming from the right wing, or you're coming from the Republican side. People are they're gonna gravitate toward that. They're gonna know where you stand. I mean, other people might not, but you know what I'm saying. But here, that doesn't belong here. You see? Yes, but yeah. But like I said before, I mean, when I can get a little more time and a little more like, let's say I start getting monetized. Let's say I start getting to a point where, I mean, I still have a few years of work where I have to work full time. I still have a mortgage to pay for. I have a whole plan in my head. I already planned out many years of my life. Yeah, go figure. I'm talking about the planning thing. I already have, and a lot of times I planned out this home and the job I have, And then I started the YouTube, and I thought, well, if this takes off, and by a certain time I retire, my mortgage is paid, and then I start doing more videos. I start being more of a full-time YouTuber. So I mean, there's plans that are coming to me, but again, it's a matter of making sure that these plans can execute. You know what I mean? But yeah, so I got a lot of big plans, and but I do like your input. I really do, and I tell you, it warms me up to see the familiar names out there. It really does. It does. Okay, so, but yeah. If does anybody have a suggestion for another video, like a topic, anything? Now listen, you leave me a suggestion, something that you'd like me to talk about, or even something I could just talk about right now with you. If there's a concern, like something about our type, something about the way we think, anything. I mean, you know me. You get me, I'll just start rambling on something, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I agree with Carrier, but at the same time, I will watch criminal law videos. Yep. So it depends on the aspect of videos. Okay, criminal law videos. Yeah. I mean, I understand that, yeah, we have different interests. Sometimes I like watching forensic files. I mean, I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but that's kind of like just murder mysteries and things and how they solve crimes through forensics. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure we have a lot of interests in things like that. The danger of blossoming too early. Jason, well, what do you mean by that? What do you mean the danger of blossoming too early? Oh, are you back to that whole planning thing about that video? You said something about that earlier too, about how basically younger INFJs, they need to basically forge on. They need to go through their bouts. Okay, let's talk about that. Now, for anybody who's not sure of this, Jason left a comment on my latest video that I got. No, it was the one about the judging. It was the judge. This was called the judge, okay? And basically I can't remember if it was that video or it was one, but I always say, I always address the younger INFJs. I always try to reach out to them because I have a soft spot in my heart. I know the trouble I've had as an INFJ. And I think all of us have had a certain turbulent lifestyle. And I think we all did. We know this. When we're in our maybe late teens, our early 20s through our 30s, our mind is crazy. Our hormones are coming into play. Our bodies are changing. Our mind is changing. I mean, hormones just take over the mind anyway, and they start changing with us as things awaken in our body. And then you have to deal with the INFJ, having the introverted intuitive. You have the reaching, but also you need you need your isolation. You're tugged already anyway. Now you got your hormones waking up, and you have your lusts, and you have and then you start seeing, you're just not like everybody else. Now, a lot of times, somebody made a comment too that a lot of times INFJs are late bloomers. In fact, somebody bring that up, that they saw another host talk about that. Says, I remember that. And it's true. We are more late bloomers. What a lot of INFJs are doing at 16 and 17 years old what a lot of typical 16 and 17 year olds doing, INFJs aren't doing until maybe 3-4 years later, maybe in their early 20s. I mean, they're starting to date, they're starting to go out with girls, they're starting to go on you know what I mean? They're starting to establish their life a little more, establish their career. It's almost like INFJs, for as intelligent as they may be, they have a late blooming. And a lot of it has to do with that kind of thing. The danger of you need more time in the suffering. You mean as far as when you're younger? You mean? Yeah. Well, the thing is, I can tell you the truth. My mom used to try to reach me all the time. I mean, but I clashed with my mom a lot. Now, I don't know if I told you people before, I believe my mother was an INFJ. I do. I look back on her history. She's passed on now, but I look on, now that I've discovered, know what it is. I didn't, while she was alive, and I didn't know. And after she passed away, I realized, oh my gosh, I thought about her, everything I knew about her. And I said, she had all of the things of an INFJ. But bottom line is, she tried her heart out to try to talk to me and, I mean, push me on the right direction. And of course, I clashed with her constantly. I mean, I had some vicious clashes with her early on. I mean, but we had a troubled life. There was no dad in the home. It was just me and my brothers, my mom. So there was a lot of dysfunction going on in the home. I was starting to turn to drugs. I'd come home all high. My eyes would be all dime slot, and they'd be red. She knew when I was stoned. She could just look right at me and know right away. Yeah, he's been smoking. She hated that, but at the same time, it was, it was. I mean, I had trouble, so of course I figured that was more important to do that, but I mean, I ended up running away. But bottom line is, she tried many times to try to talk some sense into me, is what I'm saying, and I didn't listen. I was more convinced. My friends knew more than my mom. I didn't want to listen to that. And but funny thing is, once I finally started to get my own apartment, it wasn't until my late 20s. I actually moved out of the house when I was 27 years old. I mean, I was the last one, the youngest out of 5 boys. I finally moved out of home. I mean, I had a job, but I knew I needed to get my own place. I got a small apartment, my first apartment, in another town over. Of course, my mom was kind of, I was the last, she was alone at that point. But I noticed that my life did start getting better. It's almost like part of it was the whole fact that, yeah, I mean, I needed alone time. I needed to be alone as well, as I got older. And then when I started to just live alone, it was like I finally knew, like, yeah, well, this is better than. I didn't realize it at the time. I needed that. Even, at 27 years old, I mean, even mom at home, you're still showing up. Even though you're paying her room and board, it's not the same as being on your own. It really isn't. So, but bottom line is, yeah, I did clash many times. But my point is, Jason, that my mom tried to talk to me. It wasn't until years later, like I said, when I answered you back how years later things sunk in, things will sink in. If you put the seeds out there, you try to direct somebody a certain way, maybe they don't listen to you at that time. But you know what? Eventually, they may hear your words when they're ready. Like months later, years later, oh my gosh, I heard that guy on the YouTube say this, and now I understand. Wow, he was trying to say something, and I didn't listen. And all of a sudden, you might just realize that when you're ready, you're going to hear it say, you know what, I get it now. Okay? But you planted a seed. You planted that seed in somebody. Okay? That's what had happened with me. I mean, my mom was trying to steer me a certain way. I clashed with her many times, like I said. But eventually, I realized that she was trying to steer me in the right way. I mean, her technique, she got angry at me. She used to yell. I mean, there was some friction between me and her big time, but I knew her message was good, but her technique, her style was just shrill. She was a shrill, harpy kind of woman. I mean, and she had that piercing stare. My gosh, you want to talk about a stare. My mom had that stare in her eyes. I mean, you see what I got in my eyes? I must have got it from her. I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. She had the eyes. She had everything. And she was deeply spiritual. She loved that deep conversation. She just liked all that. I was bad for a while. I used to smoke religious weed to mask what I was going through. Yeah. If you did that too. Hey, I did the same thing. I gave it up. I finally did. Over 25 years ago, I finally gave that up. Yeah. Okay. But that's basically it. You can only you can throw seeds down, hoping that they'll take root. You know what I mean? When people are ready. So that was my answer to you. Basically, you can address the youth, you can address the young, and if they don't listen, then that's on them. But eventually, they'll remember. All right? Maybe years from now, they'll hear that, and then they'll say, "Hey, I remember that guy." And then they'll come back years later if my channel's still up. Maybe they'll want to watch that video again, where they heard something. You know what I mean? And it might sink in then. So it's never a bad thing to try to steer somebody in the right direction. Okay? You don't just not do that because you figure they're not going to listen anyway. Right? But yeah. But anyway, that's basically what that was all about. Okay? So, a religious weed. I don't know if you call it religious, man. That stuff just gets you all kind of. It made my mind all crazier. It really did. I mean, we have a crazy enough mind as it is. I mean, somehow it used to soothe me when I was younger. I used to think it did. I used to think that it made me escape whatever I needed to escape from. Not only that, I mean, everybody was doing it. There was a certain time in our life. I mean, I lived in a town where everybody smoked that stuff. They smoked weed, and I'm sure that's common pretty much everywhere. And a lot of times people do that as a pastime. And you were weird if you didn't smoke growing up. It was like, oh, that guy don't smoke. Oh, yeah, everybody did. It seemed like. LOL. At the time, I did. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so you're not doing it anymore. I think eventually, you outgrow that stuff. I mean, I know I did. One day I just didn't want to do it anymore, and I never did. In fact, now I don't touch the stuff. No. Yeah, okay. Hey, again, those are phases we all go through. That's all. Okay. Now, did anybody see my latest short? I just put one out this afternoon. I threw that out there. For anybody who's seen it, it's called the Führer Complex. I smoked on and off throughout high school. Oh, yeah. See, we all did that. Yeah, I guess that on and off through high school. Yeah. I guess we all been down that avenue, didn't we? Huh? Now, let me ask you something. Now that we're talking about this, okay? Victoria Talvis. Hello, Victoria. My physical broke and sick of the chemicals, which I have to do also. But yeah, I like Mary Jane. Yeah, see, I want to ask you something, though. I know some of you probably still do, and it's something that you do regular. But with me, I quit. I quit 25 years ago. I had a moment where I didn't even want to do it anymore. I remember the last time I smoked, I think I smoked with my brothers. And I was stoned. And I remember thinking I hated it. I was like, why did I do that? I remember thinking, like, what am I doing this for? I hated it. I thought, my mind is all crazy. I don't want this anymore. I remember thinking that I couldn't wait for the stone to wear off. I really couldn't. And I never got stoned again. And I was probably, I don't know, right around 30, 34 or 35 years old. And I didn't like it anymore. I just didn't do it. But I want to ask you, has anybody else done that where they just had a realization that their mind was, being that we're INFJs, this is my question is, as you know, our type, and knowing the way our mind works, and knowing that it's deep and it's complex and the way it goes, my theory is putting something that alters your mind in it or making it more crazy, is it worth it? Because we already have a lot to decipher through this mind as it is. And I wonder if anybody else thought that, or that's why, if you did quit, if that's why, because you just wanted your mind to be, what's the word for it? Just sober. Yeah, just a sober thing. Yeah. I got an addictive personality, so I got to be careful. Okay. Yeah. All right. That's a good observation. If you know you have an addiction to something and you could run away with it, yeah. But that's a maturity. Just knowing you have that addictiveness about you. That's a good maturity to know. Definitely. Yeah. But that was the story with me, is that I just gave it up for that reason. But if anybody else, but Victoria, yeah, I've been seeing you leave comments as well, Victoria. I've been seeing you put some comments down about you left a couple recently. I can't remember. You left one just recently on one of my videos or something like that too. I think I saw something. I read a lot of yours. I do. I read almost everybody's. As soon as oh, you're trying to write something there. You're not quite finishing that thought there, Jason. Sorry. No, that's okay. Just take your time. Don't be so take your time with your texting fingers, the thumbs, or whatever you're doing there. Yeah, just take your time. You're all right. All right? I'm not going anywhere. At least I'm not going to go anywhere else to tell you. Hopefully the internet just doesn't collapse again like it did a couple nights ago. You know what I mean? So, yeah, but I was just wondering if anybody else had the same experience as far as that goes. As far as, did they give up weed because of the same reason I did? I just couldn't stand the craziness anymore. My mind was crazy already. And I realized I've been doing this for like the last 20 years of my life. Well, 15, whatever. 35, let's see, 25, 15, at least 20. I mean, probably this first time I smoked a joint was when I was like maybe 11 or 12. Some friend of mine got a hold of a joint. I remember being kids, just some of my friends that we hung out with. I mean, somehow they got a hold of some weed and we went and got stoned. And I remember like some of the friends I had, we did that stuff. Sorry, what was the question? Oh, no, I was just asking. But you said you still you still like Mary Jane. I was asking if anybody quit. See, I don't do that anymore. I quit over 25 years ago. I don't touch it. I don't smoke marijuana anymore, Mary Jane. And I just wondered if they don't quit because of the same reason I did. My reason I gave it up, I needed my mind sober. I needed my mind not to be altered by anything. I don't even like drugs. I don't even like painkillers like that make me loopy, like oxycodone or anything like that. I mean, unless I'm like break a leg and they got to throw you on something just to keep you so you can sleep. I mean, sometimes you have to do that, but if I can avoid them, I will, because I don't like the whole spacey feeling anymore. Yeah. So that was the question. If anybody, but it sounds like you said you still like Mary Jane. So I just don't. But no, but okay. Back to what I was making a question out there. Has anybody seen my latest video? It's called the Führer complex. Basically, how we have a short fuse, almost like we're very quick tempered, INFJs. And sometimes, oh, hello there. I see you. Hey, I see you. See me. I remember you. I remember that name from a couple of nights ago. Hi. I don't like to take them either. Oh, okay. No, that's good. That's good. It's good to see you back. I see you. See me. 369. I'm going to call you ICU for short, so I don't have to keep saying it. ICU. Yeah. Okay. That's okay with you. So. Oh, thanks. Okay, not a problem. Not a problem. Oh, but anyway, I put out a short called The Führer Complex. This was just a few hours ago. It's probably one of the latest ones in my shorts video. And I just thought this would be a good one because a lot of times I think this is something we can relate to, is that, as we know, the Führer was Hitler. And of course, we know Hitler was an INFJ. Now, yeah, unfortunately, they diagnosed him, or they have said that he is a INFJ personality type. I mean, is the most evil man in history. Basically the biggest villain of all time. The worst guy, the worst bad guy we could think of was an INFJ. I mean, he's in our camp, people. We got to face that. Now, what I said was the Führer complex is the fact that I think, I'm not saying we all could do that, but I mean, there's always like a little bit of a line we cross. It's like there's something that can set us off, even if we're decent people, we're nice people. Sometimes little things. I notice I do this. Like, I mean, I might just do something dumb, like I'll spill a cup of coffee on my desk, or I'll drop something, or I'll stub my toe. And right away, I turn into like this vile, foul mouthed, shouting blurt something else, even if I'm alone. You stupid effing what? It's like and even I feel like angry for a second, like, and I get vile, and I say, oh my gosh, there he is. There's Hitler. That's because if you ever look, a lot of times when they described him too, a lot of times when he was commanding, his generals or whatever, a lot of times you'd see him get angry. Of course, when he was up on his podium, he was always smashing his fist, and he had those crazy eyes, and he'd be speaking, and you know what I mean. So that's what I mean. So a lot of times when I go into that anger, it's like, oh my gosh, that's like Hitler. For a second, you turn into the Fuhrer. But I hope that doesn't offend anybody, knowing who he is. But knowing that, so my point was that that's almost like something that I think INFJs can relate to. Because I put another one out about Hitler, and somebody said, yeah, sometimes I know he's there. Like I feel like you almost feel that anger, that rage, that quick temper is always in us, you know? So I was wondering if you can relate to that, if you understand what I mean by that. The Führer accomplice happened to me when I get starved of solitude. Yes, okay. Yep, okay. And the era I was brought up, oh, Jason, the era I was brought up and you couldn't avoid drugs. Everyone was doing them. Yeah, oh, I'm sure. Especially in like the UK and England, London. And of course, they were part of like when you say the era you were growing up in, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what age you're talking about, but I know right through the 60s, the 70s, I mean, you figure Great Britain, England, well, Wales is part of like England. I mean, it's all part of the British Great Britain. But I mean, they were the center hub for like the music. They branched out, and they seemed to set trends musically. I'm 52, born in 73. Oh, okay. All right. So you were born in 73. So I'm thinking, yeah, you grew up through the 80s. Yeah, through the late 70s into the 80s, the 90s. Yeah. I'm a few years older than you. But of course, yeah, you grew up in Great Britain. But what I was getting at is, from what I understand, I mean, gosh, I mean, all the British bands, whoever they were, all of them. I mean, of course, you had the Beatles. They led the way. They led the charge. And of course, you had unbelievable bands. In fact, some of my favorite bands, a lot of people's favorite bands are British. Unbelievable the amount of like rock bands. I mean, you had the Beatles. I still love the Who and Pink Floyd, and these are British bands. The Animals. I mean, Eric Burden and the Animals. I could go on and on. You could list hundreds of bands, and some of them. I mean, you got your punk rock. I was never really big on punk rock. I know you had the Sex Pistols, and you had some punk bands out there and stuff, but they had even new wave and a lot of just there's so many genres of music that come out of there, and some is great, some is good, some isn't that good. I mean, I don't like every band out of there, but there's a lot of those traditional 60s, 70s rock bands are just phenomenal. Of course, Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin had a massive following in the United States. I mean, I had friends of mine that just, yeah, I mean, they loved bands, everyone, Black Sabbath, you name it. And most of them are all British. I mean, of course, there's a few American bands out there, but a lot of times, yeah. So, but I can imagine, of course, and you got rock and roll, and what goes with it? Yeah, drugs. But I guess even in Great Britain, yeah, I would imagine that there's a lot of drugs out there and stuff, of course. Born in Wales, raised in Canada, now live in Wales for the last 26 years. Massive rock fan as well. Okay, I kind of thought you might be. You went to Canada and then back to Wales. Well, that's an interesting journey. Yeah, you kind of crisscrossed a little bit, huh? Really? Yeah. I've lived my entire life in the United States. I've been outside the country a couple of times. I've never been to Europe, but that would be an interesting place to visit. Yeah, it definitely would be. But I've never been to Canada. Oh, Toronto, Canada. Okay, Toronto sounds like a great. Yeah, I can imagine either your family moved out there for a bit, or maybe you took a job. I don't know what the situation was, but hey, that's cool. Which is FI Dome? Oh, Froosh. Froosh, you're asking which is FI Dome? DOM? FI is your introverted feeling, right? I think I put another video out about describing introverted feeling. Yeah. Okay. Is that maybe could be a little more clear on that if you're talking about that. But what is DOM? I'm not sure. You got to be a little more clear on that, if you could, Froosh, if you would, please. But and if you're referring to the introverted feeling, yeah, I just put a video out about that as well a couple of days ago. It was my second. I think it was a short. I was just talking about the FI. That's like one of our. That's one of our shadow functions. Actually, it's one of those. Not necessarily shadow. It's like one of our. We all have all the functions. Each of the 16 personality types have all the functions. I think there's 8 of them, and we use them. But I mean, in the order that we have them in, they all have a certain prevalence. Like the first 4 are, of course, our dominant ones, basically, and then some of the ones that aren't so much are basically our shadows. Now, some types have like a dominant, like introverted feeling. Let's say they have a dominant FI. I think. I mean, I wonder what type would be. I'd have to do the whole thing. It's kind of like arranging tiles in such a way where everything kind of aligns. It's a unique way that they put together the whole MBTI. I don't know it that well. I really focus on our one type and how we react to things. I do know that everything boils down to, like our dominant functions and then our least dominant functions. With us, SC is one of the 4. I think everybody has to have extroverted sensing as something in the top 4 functions. You have to have some sense of reality. That's one you have to put. Of course, introverted or intuitive, or excuse me, introverted or extroverted. Either you want the 2 of those. All right. So I mean, some of them are. Oh, okay. I think EXFP and EXFPs. Do you mean S? You got X in there. There's no X in the MBTI, unless you're meaning S for sensing, like ISFP and ESFP. Those 4 types have the dominant introverted feeling, if that's what you mean. Well, they would have that introverted sensing, I think. The IS and ES is, well, that's extroverted sensing. X means S/N. Okay. Oh, you're saying it like you're leaving that blank then. All right, I get that. Okay. All right. But so you're saying that the FPs, or you're basically saying FPs, whether they're introverted or extroverted, doesn't matter. Those are the ones that have a dominant introverted feeling. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I mean, I don't have a lot of things in front of me. I'm glad you knew that. But yeah. But a lot of times, I mean, that's where some people become because they have that introverted feeling. That's where a lot of people have that high opinion of themselves. Sometimes you might think that introverted feelers are, yeah, they want to think, they're the ones always looking for. You would think they'd be the types that they want to feel, they want to have a certain feeling about themselves. I mean, the ones that are extroverted feelers, you would think are looking for validation. I mean, kind of like INFJs, that's the second function there. I mean, but when I wouldn't say a lot of times INFJs aren't looking for validation. They want connections. They don't say that they're looking for that. Validation is more like an introverted feeling thing where they want to feel good about themselves. They want to have an opinion, an esteem about them personally, what they think of them internally. Yeah. EXFPs have dominant FI. EXFPs have auxiliary FI. Oh my gosh. Hey, we got Cusk. Oh, you took away that mess. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I was reading that. Who is this? KSO, Kosos 2BH. Now that's a new one. Hello. When did you start keeping a beard and not trim it ever? First of all, hello there. I don't think I've ever met you before, but you're new to me. You're new to this live broadcast. I want to say hello to you for one thing. Hello. And as far as the beard goes, it's wintertime. And usually I have a night job. All right. I do work at nights, and I work, and it's cold in the winter. And this beard helps to keep my face warm in the winter. And usually in winter, I let myself grow a little bit shaggy. I've been doing that the last couple of years, and sometimes I look and think, man, I do have a lot of hair, don't I? And my beard came in very thick, that's all. I'm thinking when springtime rolls around, I may end up shaving or trimming it down. When it gets a little warmer, typically that's what I do. I finally say, oh, I've had enough of the beard, and I get rid of it. But we'll see. But then again, I'm changing. I'm different. I feel like things are different about me. I'm getting older now. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry, EXFPs have an auxiliary FI. EXFPs have a dominant FI. Oh, that's why you retracted the statement, because you got it wrong. And you had to retype it and make it right. Hey, I understand that. I understand that now that you explain that. But anyway, Costco, how you doing? It's good to meet you. Okay. I'm just saying that because I've never seen your picture before or that name. But welcome aboard. All right. I'm glad you're out there. Okay. All right. But but that's basically what the FI is. It's just feeling like having a feeling of themselves or what they feel like inside. Now, I was also making that. Yes, hello. Yes, thank you. Hello. Now, a lot of times INFJs, that's a major drawback for us. And in fact, I made a video basically talking about the FI in the INFJ. And a lot of times our FI isn't good to us, or maybe we let it be not so good to us. Either way, a lot of times we think we're not good enough. We cut ourselves down a lot. In fact, we're very critical to ourselves. I know I am. And I've spoken to and I've talked to a lot of INFJs that say, yeah, it's one of those things that we have very low opinions of ourselves and we're never good enough. And a lot of times we convince ourselves of that. We go through most of our life thinking that. And a lot of times we have low self-esteem. Now, that's one of those things when they describe an INFJ male, especially, they say that the INFJ male also has a very low self-esteem of himself, because males, INFJ men, being that they're less than 1% of the population, now they have a personality type that is actually more of an effeminate personality. In other words, they say like that they're feminine. Now, maybe I look at myself now. I mean, when I was younger, I did have a little bit more of that. I see as I got older, I don't see it much anymore. I really don't. But that's the thing. But a lot of times they're told to man up, or they're called slurs as a kid. I had been called many slurs from people from growing up. And we were called names. So a lot of times these things stuck, and they'd say you're sensitive, or you're You're not like a typical boy. You're not that rough and tumble boy. You know what I mean? And a lot of times you get stigmatized. And so a lot of times boys will grow up with that stigmatized. And that the FI within them will start really eating at them. And they're telling themselves they're worthless, they're not good. Then they go all out of their way to cover up that sensitive side. They go all out of their way to cover up that little bit of feminine side, if you know what I mean. They have to overcompensate because they know they're boys and they're supposed to be boys and they're not supposed to have any kind of like them, like those sensitive emotions. You can't cry, you can't be sensitive. You got to be tough. You know what I mean? It's a stigmatized. And so a lot of times I think, especially with boys, being that I'm growing up a man, I'm speaking a lot of this from my experience, from what I went through, in a lot of ways. Okay, FI is critique in us because self compassion is hard, but we need to keep stepping slowly. Okay, yeah, okay. Self compassion is hard, but we need to keep stepping slowly. Yeah, I get that. And a lot of times too is because a lot of times it's a peer pressure. It starts breaking us down. We've never had anybody really tell us we're used to people telling us we weren't good enough, or like I said before, just telling us we're weird, we're strange, we're odd. You're a little bit effeminate. You're a F word. You're a this. You know what I mean. I don't know if anybody else has gone through this kind of thing in their life, but being that men, it's even said that it's rarer. It's there's a lot more INFJ females than there are INFJ males. Yeah. And males, it's less than 1%. I think it's because of the extroverted feeling. Typically with, if I'm not, men and women are different too. I mean, I know a lot of times people want to say we're just the same, but typically women tend to be a little more on the emotional side, typically. And a lot of times they do reach for connections, even just women in general. I mean, I'm not going to generalize, and I might get some heat for this. Maybe you're not going to agree with these ladies, but I'm saying just typically. And but I think the INFJ personality type, because they have that sensitive, introverted reaching and that helping and that nurturing part of them. That's not typically. I mean, that's more of a female quality, like a mothering quality, a nurturing quality. Men don't usually have that. Men are typically more logical. Men are typically more, the masculine. They're typically the more, like the provider type, or let's say. And they're usually, like I said, logic. They try to, emotions is not governing their thought process. So a lot of times early on, being that we're young, naive, I mean, a lot of times the boys, INFJ boys, tend to have more of that, like that effeminate quality about them, whether they like it or not. And they're teased for it. Believe me, they are really ripped to shreds for that. I know. I had my own bouts with it. And I grew up in a rough town. I grew up in a rough city, too. Okay. Definitely, I remember my brothers used to get teased about being all sorts of names on my watch. And I would stand up for them. Yeah, were they INFJs? Were they... Did you... were they... I mean, I think in general... we get teased and bullied a lot, no matter who you are. But especially when you're a kid that's you're a boy that looks like a target. Like I said, that target I was describing. Oh, they're not. Okay. But I mean, I'm not saying they're the only kids that get teased, the INFJs, or everybody can. But especially growing up, I mean, because of the things I mentioned, INFJs are targets for that kind of thing. Okay, so Tom, did you used to fight a lot as a kid? Because I got to catch up with some of these. I'm sorry I missed that. Jason, did you used to fight a lot as a kid? Because I did a lot in my younger years. My sensitivity would get me in trouble quite a bit, or someone would try to take advantage. Yes, I did. I did, absolutely. I did. But one of them would look, oh, Vamp Fox, but just one of them would look like a girl. Okay. All right. Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of times you get teased, but yes, I did fight a lot. I was at a point when I was early on. I I used to kind of take it. I didn't want to get into conflict. I used to try to. I mean, I get picked on, pushed, tested, and a lot of times I kind of gave in. I didn't even fight back, or I was hoping that if I didn't show aggression back, it would, they'd leave me alone. But it never worked that way. In fact, they kind of went after you more. I finally realized that the only thing people will understand is you have to push back. If they shove you, you got to shove them back harder, and that's the only way to get people to stop. Sometime when I started doing that, when I started actually getting angry, and when the Führer, and then that's when I realized that there is a Führer complex. I think started to develop at a certain age in my life. And I thought, okay, you know what? The Fuhrer has to come out sometime. And if somebody's bugging you, picking on you, or shoving your face in something, yeah, the Fuhrer has to stick up for you. Let's just say. Sometimes I think that's where, losing our. I mean, I've lost my cool a couple times. I mean, yeah. But anyway, yes, I did. I hated it, but it taught me earlier. Yes, hey, I wasn't crazy about it either, but I haven't gotten into a fight with anybody in probably, gosh, over 30 years. It's been many, many years, and I don't look for it. Yeah, but then again, people stopped really giving me any crap after a certain amount of years too. Well, early on, I got flack a lot, and then when I started just developing or reaching a certain level of stoicism, or maybe I just got a certain stare about me. I had a certain look about me that I've talked about that in the videos. I've talked about that many times, how we sort of like evolve a certain way. I mean, at least I know I did. That's actually when our mom taught us martial arts. Oh, your mom taught you martial arts, Van Fox. Okay. All right. What kind of martial arts? We talking karate, jiu-jitsu, judo, things like that, or yeah, yeah. That's. I mean, it's always good to know how to defend yourself, no doubt. Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. Now, was your dad ever in the picture? You say your mom, right? Did you have a dad, or did dad leave or get divorced or something, or was he just kind of always busy or something? I'm just curious. But yes, I got the stare I needed to use. Believe it or not, that has an effect. It really does. That's a warning sign. That is a glaring warning sign. And when people look into the eyes and they see you piercing through their soul, you almost know how to, I think, I'm going to tell you, I think INFJs, we developed that. I mean, I know I did. I know that stare I can break it at will. It's like I just know it's there. And I know it can be, I look at myself and say, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. My mom had that stare. I don't know if I learned it from her, or if it's just the fact that that's part of our personality, is to have that soul piercing stare. And I think a lot of times it is a decoy. It's an intimidation thing. It's very, yeah, it's psychological. It is a psychological thing. I mean, if anybody's thinking about somebody with, if they're thinking of approaching you, messing with you, or thinking anything, and if you give them a glare, it can be intimidating enough to where they'll think twice. Yeah, I absolutely think that's a weapon in a sense. A psychological thing. Yeah. How How has it been the state used for women in general? Wait, how has been the stare useful with women in general? Have you ever seen a Have you ever seen a woman look in you in the eye, especially women that are angry? I don't know about you. Listen, listen. I'm not in a relationship. I've been divorced for almost 5 years, and since I got divorced, since I left my wife, I've went on a couple of dates, but I I haven't dated or I haven't been involved in a relationship in a long time. But still, when women are angry, and when women are very feisty, and there's something in a woman that especially the eyes, and they can bring it. I don't care what height they are. They can be very they got a certain power about them. They really do. And they have a certain power over a man instinctively. They just know it too. And they just know they have a certain seductiveness. They have a certain power. They have a certain, you know, intimidation over a man, especially one that they're in relationships with. Yeah, that's another reason too. I mean, I've been in enough relationships where I know that. I don't know. I don't know if I want to talk too much about that because I mean I don't have a lot of a lot of background anymore. I mean I've been in enough relationships to know, but yeah, I think that there's a lot of. I think women are they definitely have a certain. I mean, certain women too. I mean, there's certain women that aren't like that, but there are certain scary women. I mean, there's some frightening women out there. I mean, there really are. I know my mom had that. My mom was, well, especially growing up, she was my mom, so she had a certain authority over me naturally. But oh my gosh, my mom had a stare about her. I mean, I know she was. Like I said, I think she was an INFJ, and I just believe it. But you know, I just that's what she was. Okay. Yep, I was angry. I see you. Got it. All right. They cry and don't have a. Oh, they cry and don't have yell. Okay. How is the stare useful with women in general? I made some. I made someone run out the door. I try not to do that anymore. Okay. Oh, what? When you stared at them, I see you. Yeah, that's why I see you is your name because you got that stare. I'll bet, huh? I'll bet you that's what it is, right? Oh man. In some Vamp Fox. Ha ha. In some women, I think they call a lot of BS. Okay, I'm not going to say the word bull bleep cards, and they are who are one who gets it. Oh, another yes, a lot of BS cards, huh? Okay. And some women, I think that they call the lot of BS cards, and they are who are ones who get it. Okay. So you think a lot of them are just bluffing? They have a certain way. Oh yeah, that's it. I think so. But I know here in the United States, I mean, sometimes, I mean, it's almost like there's a lot of double standards with women too. You know, it's just, I mean, and men have to hold a certain way about them. They have to keep a certain presence. They can't raise their voice a certain way. If they get angry, it's wrong. But if women do, it's like, it's they're empowered. It's like feminism. But when a man raises, if he's got a certain opinion, he's being a chauvinist or an angry guy. But when a woman does it, it's like, it's celebrated. Yes, you see what I mean? There's a lot of double standards. I don't know how it is in some other countries, but I know in the United States it's reached a kind of a volatile point in some ways. Especially, I think, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I want to get too much into talking about that, but I mean, I think the modern day feminism with women, I think it's gotten very toxic. I know in the United States it has. It's not even about just equal rights and women having equal things. It's all about just just being entitled and men being like bad. I mean, they don't even like men anymore. a lot of times the women are just out to, you know, they don't even like man. They don't respect men anymore in this country. It seems like it's almost like feminism has gotten so toxic. It's almost off put, and a lot of men are just kind of staying single too. I've told you that before. There's a lot of videos here on YouTube. A lot of these, they call it red pill. You know, like, oh, by the way, Vamp Fox, you're from Australia, right? Australia. Do you ever heard of Taylor the Fiend? I know there's a Taylor the Fiend. He's from Australia. He does a lot of these videos where he has a lot of like TikTok videos of these women. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, you see it a lot. I think in other countries it's like that. I hear a lot of times it's like that in other countries. It's not just the United States. I think it's like that in Great Britain and Australia. I think it's like that in a lot of different other countries. I know how it is here in the U.S. And it's gotten to the point now, you know, marriage is a bad deal. If a man gets married nowadays and starts to, it's not a good deal because if she decides to, you know, get a divorce, he ends up losing half of his things, his pension, two pensions, half of, you know, sometimes he got to pay alimony, child support, and he's basically just, you know, he has nothing left. Meanwhile, it's like women seem to like benefit from a divorce. And it's almost like a bad scam now. It's almost like you can't even like the way the judicial system is, the way the court systems are aligned. It's like it's all against men. And a lot of times men are saying, no, they're not going to get married. They'd never tie the knot anymore. Yeah, they can't. And they don't even want to be in a common law marriage. I mean, what is common law? If you're like in a relationship, if you're not technically married and if it's a 7 year and you live together, you have children together, they consider you married, but you're not legally married. Then they call that common law. And then some of these common law laws start creeping in these states, and it's like, you know, it's almost like a marriage. All of a sudden they link it to being married, and they started doing that too. Okay, Jason, I would find out everybody's information while keeping mine private or give very little LOL. Did you do that? When you say find out information, like in regards to what exactly? You mean like dating? I mean, I'm not sure. Or like when we were kids getting, I'm not sure what, in regards to what exactly. I mean, I try to keep myself private as I can, you know. I try to just reveal what I thought people would have needed to know for the most part, if that's what you're getting at. I mean, I think, but I'm not sure what you're talking about. But yeah, I think it's always a good idea not to reveal a whole bunch, you know, just tell what is necessary, I guess. That's all. Okay. So, but yes, I think I know I was talking. I'm kind of bouncing around a lot of different things here. You know, we started talking about relationships and women and things, and there's a lot of things bouncing around here. So I don't know. Did anybody have any questions? Anything they wanted to concern? You're kind of bringing out a lot of things as it is. You know, you throw something out there, and as you can see, I start to kind of respond a little bit here, you know. All right. Okay. But let's see. We got 8 watching. I keep seeing the number. It bounces. It goes from 8 and it goes up to 11 and it goes to 8 and it goes, you know, it's kind of going up and down. I know some people are cycling in, cycling out, and some are sticking around. You're hanging out here. And yeah. Okay, Vamp Fox. Like, I'm with my partner, and I actually don't want to get married because of that. After we hit a certain point, like 10 years or something, we might just do the paper certificate. Oh, okay. After 10 years, the paper certificate. Is that just like the justice of the peace? You don't, either way, still you're tied and things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess I guess all the marriage laws are different. And you're in Australia, right? Or is it New Zealand. My gosh, there's somebody from New Zealand and there's somebody from Australia. I keep saying Australia. Maybe yes. Okay, you're Australia. There was somebody else from New Zealand. I'm trying to remember. And oh, is that? Oh, that was. Oh, that was Indie Girl or something. Oh yeah, that's what that was. Okay, I remember that now. Okay, Vamp Fox from Australia. So we might just be surprised. Our friends, Jason. I could be anybody. But as an empath, you collect and gather info without you meaning to. Yes, it goes to the files upstairs. Upstairs. You know what? It's funny. You just steered me into something, Jason. I have a story to tell you. Sometimes have you ever got to a point where you walk into a certain place and you feel so uncomfortable? You just immediately feel like a really sharp vibe. I've walked into places. I remember one time I was up in Bar Harbor, Maine. Yeah. This is how well I remember it. I remember where I was. I remember what I was doing. I was taking like a little, trip. I went up to Bar Harbor and I spent 3 nights up there. Beautiful place. Mount Desert Island. My gosh, beautiful. I mean, and Bar Harbor is really world famous, and anybody that goes to Maine goes up there. The coast is beautiful, rocky, jagged coasts, and the forest goes almost up to the shoreline. It's like you're almost like maybe 15 feet. You got a rocky, jagged coast, and then you have these green pine trees like that are it's amazing. My gosh, beautiful place. Okay, bottom line. Okay, enough of that. So I'm in Bar Harbor and I walk into like a cafe. I'm trying to get something to eat. I wanted to get like a sandwich or something. And I walked in and immediately I felt like tension. I mean, almost to the point like I felt it like a wave. And I remember looking and there was a couple that were running the cashier. It was a kitchen. It was like a kitchen and the man was a cook. All right. And the girl, the woman, she was, doing the cashier. And then I was talking to her and she was taking the order. And I ordered like a sandwich, like eggs and sausage or cheese, whatever it was, with hash browns, whatever it was. But I felt almost like I thought, my gosh, did these two have a massive fight before I walked in? Were they arguing? That's what it felt like. But I felt the emotions, and it was to the point I almost felt like just leaving because it was so like uncomfortable almost. Yeah, and I just walked in there. Now I stuck around. I was kind of hungry. I there weren't a lot of places open. I was limited. I thought I'm already here. I am hungry. I want something to eat. I need a sandwich. But I felt this ungodly tension in the air, and I almost wanted to leave. I stuck around, but I kept kind of observing like the two. I kept trying to confirm what I was thinking. Like, did these two hate each other? Are they arguing? And sure enough, the guy kept kind of glancing over at her and giving her kind of a scowl look. And she looked kind of like she was trying to ignore him, while she was talking to me. Like, it just was a very uncomfortable. But I never forgot that. There's a couple times in my life I've had these very strong feelings that are so powering, and I know they're not mine. I know they're not my emotions because it's not like me. And I just walked into a place and I detected them. I'm sure we all do that, where we feel that it's so overpowering and you can't help but to feel it. And it's like almost, it's not just a subtle little thought. It's like, it's engulfed you. Like you've absorbed it, but it's not yours. You've detected it. And okay, KCO, sorry I haven't really gone through your videos before. What was your profession? Did you have a phase in life of too high of self-importance and then humbled by life with failures, maybe? What kind of question is that? I don't know about that. Did you have a phase of life of too high of self-importance and then humbled by life with failures? No, no, I've always been a blue collar guy. I mean, I don't know. Why do I look like that? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You're asking me what my profession was. Right now, I deliver diesel fuel at night. Yeah. And before that, I changed tires for many, many years. I mean, I'm just a blue collar like guy. I mean, I'm getting older now. When I was young, I was a bull. I was a bull. I mean, I was just big, ornery, rugged. I mean, I still am, but I'm very like, I'm getting older now. I mean, I'm not as strong as I used to be. But I don't know. I've always worked for a living. Very much just work hard. I mean, anywhere from 50, 55 plus hours a week sometimes. Now I work maybe, 46, 48 hours a week. Even now I get overtime. That's all. I mean, maybe it's the way I talk, the way I present myself. It's just me, but I don't know. Let's see. So, yeah. Okay. So we might be surprised, friends. Okay. Marriage laws mostly align with God's commandments. Yes, of course, frush. And, but most frequently, women experience more emotion distress due to the father's lack of emotional support or even financial. Yeah, if it's just financial, yeah, I know that it's basically, that's the whole idea that men are only good for being providers. I mean, the man's role is to provide. I mean, that's the whole expectation. That's almost like an expectation now too, is that a man is like, he's supposed to provide and he's supposed to be the breadwinner. Yeah, that's an expectation. My mother had a broken family left by her grandfather and is stubborn. Now his children from his wives almost beaten him to death because of his lusts and selfishness. Yo, gosh. That's lusts and selfishness. Okay, sounds like he's now his children from his wives almost beaten him to death because of his lusts and selfishness. Okay, that's not good. I mean, poor guy. I mean, I know there's two sides to every story. I mean, I'm not just sticking up for him or her. I mean, I know there's always two sides. I don't know what the whole story is there, but that's almost beat him to his death because of all that, huh? I never knew my grandparents, and my mom passed away when I was 19. Vamp Fox. Oh, your mom passed away when you were 19. Oh, that's young to lose your mom. Yeah, that's too bad. Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. So, but okay. I'm trying to look at some of your comments. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, that's pretty much it there. I was answering KCO's question there too. Well, that's sorry to hear about that. Yeah, you lost your mom when you were 19. Yeah, that's too bad. I mean, I lost people along the line too. Not quite 19. I lost a brother when I was 24. He had a tragic death. He fell off a cliff. Either he fell or he jumped. He might have unalived himself. Nobody really knows if he jumped off that cliff or did he pass away. Yeah. Vamp Fox. My dad passed away 88 years, much older than my mom. Oh, that must have been fairly recently. That's how old my mom was. My mom was 88 when she passed away. Yeah. Wow, no way. Oh. So yeah, that's too bad. Yeah, that definitely is. So it's never a good thing to lose people. Yeah. Yeah, I lost a brother. It was kind of a tragic story how that happened. I mean, I can give you a brief, story about my brother Jimmy. Now, my brother Jimmy he was the center brother. I had there were five boys in my family. He was number three. And Jimmy was like, he kind of had that, he was the extroverted type, very extroverted, sensing, very he liked to clown around. He had kind of a mischievous personality about him. He always liked to get you going. He always liked to instigate. He used to have a way about him. But he ended up getting married. He got married in the 80s. He had his wife, but you know, she ended up a few years after he got married. She ended up getting like colon cancer, and they tried doing an operation to remove some of the like a tumor in her stomach, and then it seemed to spread all through her. Now then they put her in a rehab clinic in Boston, and I remember going to like Boston like every a couple of times a week, and Jimmy was there all the time. And then she got to the point where she started dying, and it started spreading through her body. She finally passed away. He was with her. He was at her side. He didn't take it well. My brother Jim didn't take it well. Then he got this idea in his head. He took all her insurance money. He decided he wanted to move to like San Diego with my other brothers. And so he decided he was going to move away, and he did. He moved away cross country. And then he was out there for like a month or so. He got an apartment. Now, and what happened was he ended up getting an apartment. He was living out there, and sometimes he'd call up my brothers and stuff, or he'd call me up sometimes. But you could always tell he always sounded drunk, like he was always like a little buzzed. And I think he was into substances, and he kind of was. And he wasn't in a good frame of mind when he left, but he just wanted to move. He wanted to start a new life after his wife died. I could kind of figure that. Now, the funny thing is, want to hear a strange story? I told my brother I wanted to go with him. I said, Jimmy, I'll go with you. I mean, but then he wouldn't wait for me because for me to do that, I would have had to have, made arrangements to quit my job, sell a few things, get things in order. And I actually remember throwing that out there. I had this. I guess it was my gut telling me, that he shouldn't be alone. He shouldn't. That's probably what it was. Like, I could see the look in the way he was and the state of mind that he was. He shouldn't be by himself. Now, I remember saying that, Jimmy, hey, you know what? I'll go with you. You know what I mean? And I remember just thinking because he wouldn't be taking that ride out there himself. And he said basically, well, I've already got it set. I'm leaving in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It was kind of short notice for me, and he just he wouldn't wait. But I knew it was probably more than I had to do. I couldn't scramble to do what I had to do to go out there, But I did throw that out there. I remember. So sure enough, he left. But bottom line is, he ended up going out to Zion National Park, which is in southwest Utah. It's in basically the Grand Canyon area. It's just if you ever look it up online, Zion National Park is like, it just has these massive it's almost like mountains that are so eroded. They're like they're just standing like points, and there's miles of that stuff where it's just rock that has been so beaten by millions of years of erosion from water, from rain, from everything. Like I said, rocks are just standing, and they're just withered down, and you can see the erosion. It's just an amazing place, Zion. And I guess Jimmy had gone on like his honeymoon with her a few years earlier, right? So there were pictures of him up on these rocks where she was standing taking pictures of him. Like he looked like a little dot, like a little ant on top of this giant rock. So he wasn't afraid of heights. He was going up to these high places during that time. So, he went to Zion. So after she passed away, even before he left, he kept saying, I got to go. I want to go back to Zion. And he said, something's calling me. He said that a few times. But then he started saying strange things, before he left, and like I said, he wouldn't wait for me to get ready to go with him. And I kind of knew, he was in a bad frame of mind. So bottom line is the point is that what happened was he ended up just randomly leaving and nobody could find him. And then my other brother out there called up and said, Jimmy's missing. We can't find him. So my mom flew out there to his apartment, seeing if she could find him because he was gone missing. And we knew he was in a bad frame of mind because he was drinking and he was going through a lot of, Turns out they found his Jeep. He had a GMC Jimmy. Yeah, go figure. It was yeah, back in the 80s. Yeah, it was like a Jeep, like a family wagon thing. Well, he had one of those, and they found it parked up in Zion National Park. So they started, like my brother and my mom started driving out to Utah, and I guess he was missing a while. Then finally, like news came in that I think they finally made it up to Zion, and they were asking the park ranger if they seen him or if they found his vehicle. And he was, I think by this time, my mom had put out a missing persons report on him. So if she finally got up there, and I guess finally it turns out they found his body on the bottom of a cliff. He had fallen 200 feet, and he was down on that. He was there for about 3 weeks. And so, of course, that tore my mother up, tore her apart. Of course, they flew his body back home. All right, and he was in a sealed coffin. We never saw his body. Obviously, he was probably, there wasn't much left of him. I can only imagine he didn't look good. I'm sure. I had to think about. We didn't want to say it, but think about it. He was on the bottom of that in the hot desert, almost in the middle of what was sometime in September, early October, something like that. And so it was still hot of the month. So you got to figure. I mean, the heat. Scavengers, things like that probably got to him, and he was there for 3 weeks. So there probably wasn't a lot to him. And but needless to say, yeah, she. So and that was about 3 months after she died. He died. So it was a very tragic death that he had, my brother Jim. You know, for the longest time, I had a mixed emotion. I was angry at him. And very angry and sad. Like I got a mixed emotion. Like I'm angry that he died because he couldn't be my brother no more, and I was sad because he wasn't my brother no more. You know, and I still think about him too. And that was 36 years ago, and I was 24 years old, and that was one of those things that happened. If you type in Google and type in what Jesus and empathy. If very interested, what it says, I think people would be surprised what it says. Sorry, went off topic. My mind doesn't stop. That's okay, Jason. You're talking about your empathy and stuff. I know. I was just telling a story and all that. I'm all done. The story's over there. Sorry to hear that, buddy. No, I know. That just got me telling a story. That's okay. Yeah. Well, what does it say about Jesus and empathy? I mean, you got to figure Jesus was he was very empathetic. I mean, he was he was the Lord. The guy could walk in water. He could multiply bread. He could multiply fish. You listen to, it is amazing some of the things they say about what Jesus did. I mean, he rose from the dead. He resurrected after being dead for 3 days. Yeah, he was the Messiah. He was, yeah. And they also say he was an INFJ personality type too. I mean, I don't know, what else could he have been? I think he's beyond that. I mean, if you're the Messiah, if you're the Lord, if you're like the chosen one, you're the Messiah. How can they put you into a personality type? How can they do that? It's like you're beyond that. You're healing people by touching them. You have so much faith in you that the power of God, the God code is just streaming through you, and it's healing people. It's resurrecting people, resurrecting Lazarus. Oh my gosh, unbelievable. He was empath. Of course, it doesn't surprise me. Of course he was. And they talk about how Jesus, like one time, he was in a multitude of people that were just surrounding him, and he did. He had people following him, hundreds of people. He was surrounded by, almost like that queen bee when it has a whole bunch of like the workers around, and the queen's like walking, but they're all kind of like hovered around her. I mean, gosh, that's what Jesus was like that, And I guess at one point, this woman wanted just to touch the cloak of Jesus. She reached out from behind, and she grabbed the cloak of Jesus because she figured because he was a healer, because there was miracles coming through him, that if she just is able to touch his cloak, that she would be healed. I can't remember what she had. I mean, it was one of those, maybe she had a fever, or something, or she had a swelling head or something. Maybe somebody could fill me in on that story. It's one of the New Testament stories. But Jesus right away whirled around after she touched his cloak from behind. And he said, who touched me? I felt the power, I felt power emanate from me. I felt it pulled from me. Who was it? Who touched me? He actually, and she was nervous that he was angry at her. Yeah, she was like nerved up because Jesus whirled around almost like with a commanding voice as he did. Who touched me? I felt power emanate. Who was it? Who? Come forward. One of those. So she's all nervous and she's all humble like, it was me, Lord. I just thought if I touched your cloak, you would heal me. I have a fever or something like that. And I guess and she was healed. And I guess it was one of those things, right? And, but she was all humble because she thought, he was angry at her. And then he made a comment like, your faith is strong, or it wasn't me that had cured you. It was your faith. Because he didn't do anything. His back was to her. It was one of those lessons that, it was just the fact that she had the faith. So basically, it's like Jesus is saying basically, if we have enough faith, God will work through us as well with enough faith. That was one of those stories like that. So yeah, he was an empath. So that, you tell me, that's not an empathic feeling right away. He felt that whole stuff go out just from touching the cloak. Yeah. Yeah, but I think he was more than empath. Not only that. He was predicting future. He could see future outcomes. He was always predicting things. When did he even said that Peter, thou shalt? What did he say to Peter when thou shalt deny me 3 times when the cock crows? And then right away, no, I would never deny you. And remember the night that he was on trial and they kept saying, hey, he's one of the apostles. And then, I don't know the guy. Peter basically said, I don't know that guy. He's not, I don't know him. So he did that once. And then on the 3rd time, he denied Jesus. And he says, I tell you, I don't know the guy. And as he said it, he heard a rooster crowed. And then right away he remembered. And Jesus looked right at him. Like he predicted that. He knew. You want to talk about future. He was psychic too. So that was another story about Jesus, that he looked right at Peter. And I guess it said at that moment, Peter went and wept bitterly. He knew he betrayed Jesus 3 times. That was another story about just how he predicted that the on the 3rd betrayal, the cock would crow. It's written, one of them. I'm not sure which one it is. But yeah, you want to talk about empathy, about intuitive. He had a deep, extremely deep intuition. Prophecies. He was prophetic. Whatever you want to call it. That's another thing. Where exactly? There are prophets. People have seen the future. Now they say, of course, INFJs, they say we have this ability to have introverted intuition, and we piece things together. We somehow see the patterns. We connect patterns. We connect dots with our intuition, and somehow we're able to see the future. We can see what's going to happen just based on patterns. Now, but the thing is, how something is in the human mind, something is in the human spirit as it develops spiritually that goes beyond just senses, just goes beyond intuition. And there's got to be something that is tapped into, let's say, the realm of God or something, the realm of just prophecy, almost like being so caught into the realm of God's mind, God's grace, that you're actually able to foresee beyond what just normal intuition is. You're actually able to foresee the future. And some prophets have had that. There are prophets that have looked hundreds of years into the future and have prophesied in the Bible. They find these things, and some of them have come true. And of course, Jesus was one of them. Well, Jesus was more than a prophet. Gandhi from India was an empath. Oh, yeah, well, Gandhi, yeah, he was another INFJ personality. He's a very famous one, as a matter of fact. was Gandhi. Yeah, I I know a little bit about Gandhi. I know I haven't read a whole lot about Gandhi. I know he was revered for who he was, and I know he had an amazing gift. I mean, he was very, he was spiritual, and I think he was out for the cause of like what it was. I think he was out for like he just tried to stick up for the way. What was the thing? I mean, basically, it was like the whole British rule in India. When the British, let's talk about the British, of course. Yeah, you're from Wales. Yeah, and of course the British Empire was around the world. Yeah, and they were in every country, and that was the extent of their majesty, basically. In fact, it was once said that the sun never set on the British Empire because they had so many different colonies. I mean, Australia, New Zealand, India, of course, were all part of them. I mean, they had the United States. We obviously broke away. We declared our independence a couple hundred years ago, 250 years ago, actually, this year. Yeah, that's it. Canada. There was a lot of provinces and a lot of like, yeah. So the British Empire was extensive. But yeah, he was basically, he didn't like the whole encroachment of the British because they were taking over their culture, and they did. I mean, now, I mean, a lot of times India is an English speaking language. They have a very dominant culture with English, kind of like the way Australia. I mean, obviously, we have some people from Australia here. We have Vamp Fox. She's Australian, and she can testify for that. I mean, that's all British. And so, of course, that's why we're speaking here. That's why we have I mean, English is the most common spoke language in the world because of the fact that the British Empire was that whole worldwide extensive. But during that time of Gandhi, it was at its maximum peak. But he didn't like the way it was going. So he was a revolutionary. He wanted the old Indian cultures back because, yeah, the British were just really, taking over in so many ways. Yes, love that Aussies. Love the Aussies. Jason. Okay. Love the Aussies. That's an interesting country right there. It really is. Australia. I know they're like completely down. They're completely opposite the United States. They're on the southern hemisphere, and they're like almost exactly opposite us. They're as far away as you can get on this earth to the other side. But what's amazing is we're linked. We're linked halfway around the world right now. I find that fascinating. Yeah. So, but that's part of it, I believe, is that we are just we're somehow just. But bottom line is, yeah, Gandhi, and if I remember right, Gandhi also was assassinated. Somebody, because he was causing such a, he was selfless. I guess he was just causing such a stir against that whole thing. Somebody basically just point blank shot him with a revolver, just like on a street corner. He was just in town doing his thing or whatever. I mean, I don't know exactly, but I know he was assassinated. Somebody just shot him. G-Day, mate. G-Day, mate. Okay. All right, you got me kind of running onto a little bit of kind of that plethora of things that just I know that somehow that are just in there. I know a little bit about a lot of different stuff, but that's oi, that's it. TNT, oi. Well, what does that mean again? I'm trying to remember. That's a saying, oi. Is that like hi? Or is that like our way of saying hey? Like when we say hey, it's like oi. I don't know. There's some kind of a thing like that, right? Yeah. Good day, mate. Yeah. I can imagine. I mean, maybe you're used to my accent now, but I'm sure that I've got that typical Northeast, Northern New England, Boston kind of hybrid accent. It's what I got going here. I would imagine. I'm sure it's pretty thick. Maybe it's prominent to you, but I hear the Australian accent. I know right away what country it is. I'm getting used to it though. I think it's very understandable. And of course, English, British. My gosh, you got the command of the English language that you have in those countries is amazing. It really is. So, yeah, but you want to talk about empathy? Yeah, I think that what that story was I told you before is that there's certain times in my life I've had a number of times where I felt things that were like overpowering, like emotions that were strong. And that one about going into that Bar Harbor, into that cafe and ordering a sandwich. And I could tell there was some tension going on between, I mean, maybe about a husband and wife that were running that. And I tell you, I knew that there was some bad blood going between them. And even though they were quiet, they were being professional for a customer. I could tell, I could feel it almost felt like just, I don't know what it was. It was just angry. It was anger, mistrust. It was like almost like somebody wasn't trusting the other one. Somebody was suspicious of the other one. And there was a lot of, it was just, yeah, it wasn't good. And I felt it. And the whole time I was eating, I kept like trying to like decipher it because it was right around that time I was starting to discover the MBTI anyway. I'd already known what it was. And I remember thinking, okay, is this empathy? I remember thinking like, oh my gosh, I've had these feelings before. This is like one of those times in my life where I had just discovered the MBTI probably a few months earlier, within a year, maybe, just under a year. And I was still exploring it, still trying to learn a lot about what it was. And then I remember thinking about the times in my life I felt these things. I'd walk into a certain place and I'd feel these strong, strong emotions. And that was the one of them. And I never forgot them. And I remembered like almost what day it was. Like sometimes you have a memory of something that happened so vivid that you don't forget it. You remember like if it was sunny out, you remember like what color the wallpaper was kind of thing. And what the shop looked like. It was like that for me. I never forgot that because the emotions were that vivid for me. And I knew, and I kept looking, trying to figure out what was going on. And I could see the guy always had that, he looked angry. He looked it. And she kind of looked like just trying to do her thing, like trying to ignore him and trying to put the best face on for a customer. It was strange. But it means hey. Oh, oi is hey. Okay. I'm sorry. I got a little caught up in my rant there, Vamp Fox. You know me, I get I start talking. Now, do you like it when I do that? I mean, when I start rambling on, because I tend to do that, but I kind of feel like I have to. I mean, if I'm the one, I mean, I'm the kind of the host here. You're kind of brought to me. I can't just sit here and be quiet. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of having to talk and find things interesting to talk about. I don't want you to stick around, so yeah. It means hey. So oi is hey. Oi. Oh, hey. So when I hear AC/DC do that on TNT, oi, 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 hey, they're saying hey in Australia. All right. I figured it was something like that. That's where I've known it from. Speaking of AC, there's another rock band for you. Who was that? Jason? I know they're Australian. I know that's another one, but man, they got that certain grunge about them. AC/DC, my gosh, they got that. I mean, they're like hard rock, but they got their own unique way about them. AC/DC, and I mean they're very basic. I mean their chords are very grungy. I mean I think Angus uses like the guitar he uses. I'm trying to remember. It's something that's typically used in blues. It's not like a rock guitar. It's more like a blues riff guitar. So he has that real bite to his chords on the guitar. And Angus Young, he's got that way of style. My gosh, AC/DC's like, I know they're an old band, old rock band, but yeah, they made their impact for sure. All right. Okay, so but bottom line is, yeah, you never forget. But empathy is, I think, a lot of times now. Jason, you were talking about empathy. And you keep talking about that and going back to it. So it sounds like you're interested in learning more about it or understanding it more. And if you want pure energy and goosebumps for an empath, ACDC. Oh yeah, it puts me into like a kind of gritting teeth, like when I want that little bit of like angst, not Angus, angst. Like that. Sometimes you like that little bit of anger. Like every so often, I like playing a Metallica. Not because I want to break things, but it's like that. Sometimes, believe it or not, you need to feel that. And sometimes music, you want to talk about empathy? There you go. Empathy's like that too. Yeah, you're right, Jason, man. A lot of times I think we connect with music because it brings out emotions in us. I think that's something that is so radiant with an INFJ. I've always felt that. I've had certain bands and certain music is good for us. Absolutely. Yeah, because it's we connect with it emotionally. We have a really good way of empathizing. Whatever the emotion is that's going on in that song, we pick it up. We feel it. We absorb it through our empathy. And I think we experience it better. And we do. That enhances it. We have an almost euphoric experience with music because we're picking it up, because our empathy is that strong. Yeah, it is true. But yeah, as far as empathy goes, I think a lot of times when you start understanding you have empathy, you have to start kind of understanding it and experimenting with how it works too. And like I said, that was one of those moments I talked about, the cafe that I just told you. That was one of those moments I knew it was going on, and I was trying to, now that I understood it and I got a really good strong emotion here, I was trying to piece together and trying to almost understand what I was feeling. And that's what I told you. I said I felt like there was a little bit of mistrust, and there was angry, there was tension going on. I felt all this stuff. I mean, literally, I could feel it, and I knew almost like what they were thinking. And I knew, like, as soon as I leave, are they going to start fighting again? And I knew it was bad. Somebody was really, really not in a good mood. Another way of getting your attention too. Yes, with the music. Are you talking about that? Yes. Go to the gym quite often, and AC/DC is on the playlist. Oh, yeah. AC/DC's got one of the best songs I think by AC/DC. You ever hit Thunder? Thunder. I like that thunder. And they got that thunder. And for those about to rock, we salute you. They light the cannons off. And of course, you can't forget Bon Scott when he's got those, like TNT or Dirty Deeds. He's got that, yeah, Dirty Deeds done dirt cheap. Yeah. I love they get such raw notes. Like the chords are so like raw. It's just, yeah, that's what I like about some of their stuff and the lyrics and just their style, Yeah, they have a certain mood for me. When I'm in a certain mood, I mean, I hear AC/DC come on the radio, like for those about to rock. Is that a guitar he's using in the beginning? That, that beginning. It sounds almost like it's got to be a guitar going through like one of it, maybe his delay or something. And yeah, but I think, hey, good question for you. Were they better with Bon Scott, or were they better with Brian Johnson? I'm telling you, they were one band that actually had two great lead singers. Sometimes the lead singer either dies and they get a new one or something like that. And usually the band isn't the same. It's like, if you ask me, man, they got a new lead singer, and they were just as good, in a way, a little better even, when they got Brian Johnson. Yeah. Thunderstruck, Highway to Hell gets my Hulk Hogan in me. The late Hulk Hogan now. We just lost him. Yeah. Love them both. Yes. Love empathy, both of them. Yeah, there's something about Dirty Deeds that the chords. I just feel like gritting my teeth, and like I get kind of tense
but I like it. Like I want to get a little angry. I want to feel that little bit of anger. Not like I'm going to go out of control, but almost like sometimes you need to feel these negative emotions. You and music will bring these out in you in a good way, like a controlled way, not like being angry at somebody that you're really somebody who just ticked you off. That's not good, you know. But if you just let that little bit of anger go through you in a fun way, that's when music's good. Like that's what I mean. And AC/DC does that. It gives you that little bit of adrenaline, that power, you know, from Thunderstruck and stuff. Yeah, exactly. Know what really gets me thinking? You into Pink Floyd? I get heavily into Pink Floyd when I was a kid. In fact, growing up most of my life, The Wall came out when I was like just turning 15 years old, and I started just listening to The Wall and trying to understand the lyrics. I memorized the whole Wall, the whole thing. And then it dawned on me later on. I said, you know, think about what that album is. I related to that, and I couldn't wait to see that album and what it was. And remember the whole thing with they had the album, the movie, and all that, and the animation. And The Wall is all about basically a burnt out rock star who isolates himself in a wall, and he basically, yeah, he because of all of his childhood traumas, his mother, overprotective mother, his father dies in the war. The teachers were over like, you know, like abusive and over, just indoctrinating. And his wife like cheated on him. That was the final straw. His wife was cheating on him when he was in the United States touring. So he basically, all that just finally took over. And he's in his hotel room in between his gigs, and he's isolated. He's all whatever spaced out on his chemicals, and he's watching TV. But he did. So think about that. Now it turns out Roger Waters, the writer of that, he's INFJ, but it didn't dawn on me. I didn't even know what the MBTI was, and I love Pink Floyd, and all their other albums too. The Wall was like fantastic. That was their rock opera, and of course and then it was all about toward the end. He tears the wall down, but he judges himself. Yeah, he judges himself by the judge at the end in the trial. So he's isolated, and it's a deep story. And it's a kind of a psychological trip in a way. It's all psychological. But when you think of who wrote it, but for the longest time as a kid, I didn't even know it. I mean, it's like that was a whole INFJ kind of a rock opera, a story. I advise any empaths to start going to the gym. It really helps with centering yourself. Yeah, I would think so. I haven't been to the gym too much lately, but it wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, I get a lot of exercise with my job and stuff, and yeah, I used to when I was younger, but you're probably right. I mean, meditation helps to center you as well. So, but you got me kind of talking, Tom, do it, buddy. What's that? Go to the gym? Yeah, I'd have to start. I would have to start really focusing on that kind of thing. And there's a lot of other, maybe someday, who knows? It's going to have to come down to that someday, I would think, right? Yeah. Okay. So I started streaming 2 hours ago. Can you give me a second, people? I just got to check something. All right. I'm just going to turn this for a minute, and I need to. Yeah. Let's see. I got the mirror here. I just want to see how many bars I have left on the phone. I don't want to run out of battery space here. All right. I'm at 40%. I'm at 40%. Okay. I'm back. You probably saw me in the mirror. I suppose I could. Hey, I could do it like this. Say, hey, just do the mirror thing, Be like, the man in the mirror. How do you like this, huh? I could start talking to you like this. What do you think, huh? You can give it this ambiance. And then you can start seeing me over here. Look at that, huh? See, then you can seeing myself in a delay. I could do it like this, too, where you're looking at, now you... All right, enough. All right. I'm sorry, people. I couldn't help myself. I was actually just trying too. I'm just goofing around with you people. You're bringing out the goofball in me here too. That means I like you. When I start goofing around with you, and I think maybe you're all like that. When we start getting like, when you loosen up a little bit and you kind of joke around, that just means you're comfortable. You know what I mean? I guess I'm comfortable right now. That's all. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you like the gym though. That's awesome. That's awesome. But as far as if you want to talk about the empathy thing, yeah. Listen, I think a lot of it. I put out a video. Did you happen to catch that video I put out? It's called how to be a master emotional vampire slayer. Did you happen? You want to talk about empathy, Jason? Did you see that one? That's all about like having empathy and about like how to deal with toxic people. On how not only listen about your empathy. I've described on that a lot of times we absorb empathy. I believe it actually can be projected out as well. Now, I'm going to tell you that in my own experience and from what I understand about myself, okay, I think a lot of times I can walk into a room just being myself and just sometimes your calmness, yourself will actually calm down an area. Maybe your empathy, whether or not you're picking up other empaths, whether it's your physical presence there, your calm, maybe it's your emotion, it's your way of projecting out as well. Because you got to figure, if we're picking up emotions, people can feel emotions too. We're putting out things too. And they're not always negative. I mean, sometimes empathy, we can detect happy emotions. You can detect calm emotions, contented emotions. You can detect the negative, like the hateful ones and the angry ones. But also, I believe we have a way of projecting out our emotions as well. And you can do that in a positive way. You can influence people around you. Now, I know this because through most of my life, I see the cause and effect that I have on people. I mean, you can go into a room or an area, and you can literally start, seeing things change. You can. And there's another video I made about, I don't know, 2 months ago. It's called basically, what was the name of it? It's all about what I'm talking about. Your cause and effect. Yeah, it's called something about understanding your cause and effect as an INFJ. Basically what I'm talking about. It's your empathy and being able to not only absorb, but actually project out. It's almost like a cog in a wheel. You got a cog in a wheel, spins one way, and then you got another cog that spins another, and the gears turn each other. But they're going opposite directions, right? And then you got another one that's spinning another direction, all right? Or almost like a storm surge. You could have like conflicting storm surges. Maybe you have a certain storm going one way, and then like a low and a low pressure comes in, and it gets absorbed, and it kind of starts pulling in. The storm could start gathering strength because it pulls other like systems in a way. And it's almost like a cause and effect in that way in nature and in physics and things like that, and like mechanics. But I'm trying to tell you that in a lot of ways, your empathy works the same way, where you absorb emotions, you detect them, you pull them in, but also you're projecting them out. Like you're taking them, you're transferring them outward, almost like that cause and effect, like that cog in a wheel. You see what I'm saying? And I don't hear a lot of people talking like that, but I'm just letting you know that I sense that. I sense the cause and my cause when I go into certain places. And I think I said back then too, was like some certain people, like sometimes people that are toxic, people that are negative, they start feeling that calm and it irritates them. And they start getting more irritated around, in your presence. Or you hear them getting more loud, a little more obnoxious, trying to basically override your projecting out. I don't know. I sense that. And through my life, I've actually seen that a lot too. So if talking about empathy, these are some of my experiences with what I perceive as what the empathy is like in my own self, and how we're able to actually projected out as well. Okay. Strangers will tell me their life story without me even asking, especially on the bus. Then have to recharge. Okay. So you got one of those strangers tell you their life story on the bus. Okay. Occasionally I have people do that too, you know. Occasionally I have people that start to tell me certain things as well, you know. I got like certain people that, you know, occasionally that happens, you know. And then sometimes they tell myself, oh, this is just the way they are. They tell everybody this stuff. But sometimes lately I haven't gotten to too many conversations with a lot of people. I just kind of keep to myself. So I get it all the time. Okay. So people open up to you then, huh? All right. That's interesting. Okay. But have you noticed that about your own empathy? You were talking about empathy and everything. Do you notice that? Have you ever been able to, do you feel like in some way you don't just detect them or absorb emotions? Do you project them out as well? Do you feel like you have a calming effect, or do people start acting kind of like the way you are, and they start kind of, in a sense, like mimicking you, not mimicking you, but emulating you in some way? I don't know. Sometimes I think a lot of times, I think INFJs, we're the type that we're envied yet we're feared. We have a mixed conflict of a lot of things. In some ways, people envy an INFJ because of the way they are, but in some ways, if they know them deeply, they know their introversion. They know how isolated they are. They almost are like they wouldn't want to be. Like some people want to emulate certain characteristics about your personality about being an INFJ, but if they only knew how isolated and how alone it can be, how lonesome it can be, a lot of people see that aspect and say, "No, I don't think so." So it's almost like a paradox. I think so that they like certain parts about the INFJ and they want to emulate certain parts, but they don't want to embrace the whole thing. I don't think a lot of types would want to be this type. We know no other way. It's kind of like, imagine being born without arms. And, like people that are born without a certain, like maybe they're born without eyes or they're born without arms, but somehow they don't know any other way of living. They grow up, they live their life, and this is how they are. And then, some of these people learn how to use their feet like their fingers and their hands. I mean, you see some of these people writing and like painting things with their feet, This is an example of what I'm talking about. Now, an INFJ, whether we're born like that or whether or not we've developed, I mean, there's some speculation whether or not it's inherited. I think it could be a combination of both, or whether it's environment. A lot of times they say it's environment. A lot of it has to do with being a child and not having anybody to turn to, not having anybody to confide in, and that kind of turns you into the type that you are. But I guess on another flip side, it could be hereditary. Like I said, I have some of you on this very show. Sometimes I hear people saying that their mother is an INFJ, or they feel like their brother, or they have certain family members that are INFJs. And it's more in the family. Now, I told you, I said my mom, I think, was. But I've had other people tell me that they think their mother was, or they were a mother. They said they were the mother, and they said their son was that. And I said, it doesn't surprise me, because I told you, I think my mother was. So whether or not it's inherited, whether or not it's passed through DNA, I mean, I don't think they can prove that. I don't think you can isolate the DNA chain and find the strand that is the personality type. I think most of these strands have a lot to do with the physicality, the hair type, skin type, race, facial structures, height, weight, those things. All your physical traits are able to be detected in the DNA chain. But as far as like mental, as far as like spirit, I was going to say spiritual. A personality type. I mean, can a personality type be hereditary? And I've had a video one time where I asked this question. I said, I don't think it's provable right now. You can't prove a personality with a DNA. Which one of the chromosomes on that DNA spiral, or is there a cluster of them, would have the personality type? If it is hereditary, is it passed down through DNA? And but the bottom line is that it's definitely a possibility that it's hereditary. Okay, let's see. I always try to help, but sometimes I want to shut off, but I can't be rude. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Can't shut off, but can't be rude. I get it all the time. Strangers would tell me the life story without me even asking, especially on the bus. Okay, yeah, I remember seeing that too. I'm a lot older. I have a lot older ladies on the bus that I catch tend to open up to me and talk to me. So I just let them speak. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good. I tell you, it's funny you bring that up. Like I said, I've been kind of I've been quite a bit like alone in the last few years. I haven't had a lot of contact. I have a car, so I don't have to take a bus. Occasionally, I go to like I said, I might go to a pub, a bar, a restaurant, but I don't talk to people. I kind of sit like off in the corner a little bit, and I might have a beer. I do enjoy that. I mean, it could be a fairly good sized restaurant, and there's people around. I do know some of the local bartenders, and they talk to me. Hey, Tom, they know me, and it's like I tip them and all that. But other than that, I don't have a lot of. But I don't open up to them. I don't. And they're too busy to really talk to me, So, I don't know. So, and people at work, I'm kind of the same way. I kind of get in, I'm quiet, do my job, So, I don't know. I don't know if people would open up to me as much as they would. I mean, I'm sure I would. If I just kind of let them talk, they probably would, Oh, yeah. Okay, we have 6 watching. Yeah, I see that number keep going up. It goes down to 4, it goes up to 6, it goes up to 8. It kind of bounces around. I guess that's standard. But there's a certain number here that like hanging out here. That's good, So, all right. So I would take it. A lot of you people most of you are the ones that I see at this time of night. Almost every time I go live. And I've been doing quite a bit of these at night, only because, this is my time to be up. So that's all. I'm kind of a night owl now. I know it's probably your daytime, but like I said, it's still night where I am. So yeah, all right. All right, but. So did anybody else have any questions or concerns? Did anybody have an idea for a video? Did you want me to talk about a certain thing, a certain topic? And I can come up with something. If anybody has an idea, like, hey, do a video about a certain thing, about this, about our anybody? Just curious. I'm throwing that out there. And if you give me a suggestion or an idea, I would probably do that. I noticed, Jason, you were talking a lot about empathy and things like that. I was trying to talk more about the empathetic thing going on there. I still try to understand that a little deeper than I do. I think that's something that I tell you, as who we are, I believe it can be mastered and it can be developed. And I think the more you understand you have it. Here's one, if you're still there, Jason, I think a lot of times is the more you understand your empathy, just the understanding you have it, and the more you have experiences where you remember, like I said, picking up emotions in certain places. Now you can start fine-tuning it and really start mastering it. Like I said, understanding the fact that you're able to, okay, I'm going to plug in my phone here, people. All right, I'm going to take this microphone. My sound is going to change it because I'm going to take the microphone out You're going to hear it because I got to charge this phone up here. Okay? Give me 1 second here. I just got to plug this in, all right? All right. All right. We're back. We're coming. Hello. All right, we're back. Okay, so yeah, yeah, I'm sure I still sound okay, right? I'm gonna do a sound check here. How do I sound? All right? For some reason, can anybody hear me? Okay. Hello. Hold on. How's my sound? You sound good? Okay, I'm trying to hear myself on my my laptop, and for some reason it's. Oh, am I locked somewhere? All right. Just trying to make sure I get sound here. How's that? Do I hear? Anybody hear that? Oh, it's captions. I see. I just put captions on. Oh, I see. I'm not sure if you can get captions on your end or not. I don't know if you want that or not. I don't know if I'm seeing them or if you're seeing them, but for some reason I can't get sound. But you say you're telling me the sound is okay, right? Yes? LOL, you sound good? Okay. I'm going to take your word for it, people. For some reason I'm not getting it on my end. That's okay. I'll just mute it anyway. But where were we? Yeah, so I had to plug in I just want to make sure that battery doesn't die. Yeah, so the bottom line is, yeah, I was talking about mastering empathy. Basically, the more you understand you have something, especially with the INFJ, the gifts that we have, some of the, some of the skills that we have, some of the finer things about our intuition, okay? Some of the finer things about our empathy, some of the attributes that we possess. We start mastering them. We get good at them, especially the older you get. I've been noticing that too. Once I started understanding my type and I started fine-tuning it and I started realizing, yeah, okay, I'm going to start working on this. I'm going to start fine-tuning these attributes, these wonderful gifts that I've had. And I think I've spent a few years doing just that. Okay? Okay, Vamp Fox, you can hear me. Thank you. Can hear you. No, see no captions. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right, awesome. Maybe I'm looking at the captions on my end. Maybe that's all it is. I'm starting to see them on the bottom. That's okay. They're not really interfering. But yeah, I think that's a lot of times it's important because we're able to fine tune ourselves. And the older you get, the sharper you get. And if you start growing spiritually. This is one of the beauties about growing older. I don't know how old so many people are, and I think it depends on the level of maturity that you have, depending on how advanced you are, how much you understand yourself, even early on, or how long you are, just learning about yourself, or how well disciplined you might be in your life. I think we all evolve and have a different awakening time. I think we all should find an awakening. That is our final stage. That's our spiritual, our emotional self, our real. Carl Jung called it. What's that? Carl Jung called it something like eactuation. There was a word for it. We basically said that after you come out of your shell, you go through your awakening. You actually reemerge as your true self, finding your true self, not what you were programmed to be, not what society and what you were molded into being, not what the world had steered you into being. You eventually, just become your true self. There's a word, individual is, that's it. I was trying to remember that, right? Thank you. Great gratitudinous footnote. Hello there. Are you new here? I don't believe I've seen a comment from you before. Well, if you are, welcome. Obviously, you knew the answer to that. You must be a student of Carl Jung. I'm going to take it. Individualization. Yes, well, you become yourself, basically. I think a lot of that time is that's all part. Yeah, I am new. Well, thank you. Listen, I thank you. But individualization, I'm so glad you filled me in on that. And yeah, I think Carl Jung talked about that. And a lot of times that's part of our journey. As you start the awakening, after you pass through the awakening, and you start understanding yourself, you start realizing your gifts that you have. And he talked about that. I think it's mainly like he did. I think it was the introverted intuitive, especially. He studied a lot with the psychology of that, the introverted intuition, a lot of it, and he did say that there was a lot of the individualization and the self discovery was all part of that awakening. Yeah, he did say that, and usually it was almost like a set code. It was like a something that we're all supposed to reach. Now, I think it is common with all types. I think it's a human being. It's not just, we're not just exclusive to INFJs or introverted intuitives. It's a human quality. But I think a lot of times is the fact that introverted intuitives, especially INFJs, the way our balance is, being that we're so much in our head, being that we're so much in our own mind all the time, we spend a lot of time in the spiritual world as well. Because we're so isolated, we need to find something deeper. Being that we're so alone a lot, we look for comfort within ourselves, within our spirit. So we're always reaching, we're always striving for something deeper than ourselves. And yes, Marcus Aurelius was an empath Roman Empire. Yeah, I think I heard that. He was an INFJ. But yeah, basically you're really throwing some random stuff out there, Jason. You're like throwing a lot of like random like little things out there. That's good though. I like that. You're yeah, but I think a lot of times my point is that I'm at this point in my life. I'm just thinking that I reached a certain age in my life where everything's starting to fall into place. Where all the things just that you were born to know, that you were supposed to understand. And I mean, I think I spent most of my life trying to understand myself anyway. And you see, but I think everything just started happening at the right time, the right moment. And of course, my age was I was starting to turn a certain age. I'm 61 years old now, and I think again everything started falling into place. So yeah, but this channel has a lot to do with just it's helping me too. It's helping me. I learn a lot because I spend a lot of time trying to learn a lot about myself and you. A lot of times you teach me things as well. I hear like your comments, your things that you say, and the wording that you put into some of your comments. I mean, I talk to some of you people. Some of your comments just really fascinate me. Depending on who's talking to me. Yeah, and it's good to hear. It's good to hear from you from some of you familiar ones as well. So, uh, it's the way I am. Okay, so you're empathic then. Okay, all right. No, I mean I would think so. Sounds like you definitely yeah, you definitely are. You want to learn a little bit more. I can tell from a lot of your comments. It's like you want to know, you want to learn a little bit more, or you want to hear more stories about it. I mean, because you're going to that, but yeah, but yeah, empathy or intuitive, all that stuff is just something that has to be fine tuned in a lot of our lives. Tom, since okay, can I call you great? Great. How about you're a gratitudinous footnote? Gratitudinous footnote. Can I call you gratit gratitude? Or how about a footnote? I don't know. What would you like me to call you? I'm trying to think of a good nickname for you because saying these Will. You want me to call you Will? Is that what it is? Okay. Will. All right. I could do that. I'm trying to remember that. Sometimes I look at the name, but I will remember that. Uh, gratuitous footnote. But you said here, Tom, since we're wired differently, I'm wondering if we have a greater likelihood of seeing stuff others miss. Ever seen any paranormal, paranormal or out of the usual? Oh, paranormal. Now, paranormal, that's like UFO, that's like alien, that's just something that's basically, yeah, paranormal, like something that's abnormal, like something that's not doesn't belong, right? Uh, that's a good question. I'm trying to think. Usually, I'm very well rooted, and I tend to be reluctant to believe anything unless I see it or hear it. Like, people talk about like aliens and stuff. I don't rule out the idea that it could be, but I don't hear a lot of proof either. A lot of times you hear people they swear they believe in Bigfoot, and there's stories about people seeing these 8 foot tall hairy Sasquatches, and they walk upright. And but then I think, but why can't they find the remains? I mean, there's not a shred of proof. I know you got films and you got blurry pictures and there's a lot of things out there about Bigfoot. And I say, is it possible? Yeah. I mean, you figure there could be something that's undiscovered in some of these really thick forests somewhere, but the thing is, enough people have seen them. You'd think they would have found some kind of remains, some kind of DNA, like a hide, hair, skeletal remains somewhere that are, of a large primate. Describing a Bigfoot. There's not one shred of DNA that they can find. But yes, yeah, I'd like to believe that, but where is the proof? I mean, a lot of these the best they have are like these blurry, distant videos. Him climbing or walking or something, and then a lot of times you can chalk them up to like hoaxes. The thing is, they can't find any proof. At least even with something that lived 65, 70 million years ago, they can find proof of dinosaurs. I mean, you could dig a couple of 100 feet down in some areas and find fossils. And you find these evidence of things that lived millions of years ago. And you say, well, there's the proof. Here's a skeletal of a distinct dinosaur, right? But here's something that everybody sees. Supposedly, people are seeing these things everywhere, and they're in the forest, they see them. And these people swear that there's very convincing stories out there, or they hear howls out in the woods. But where's the DNA? There's not one shred of DNA that you cannot produce something of an animal that is paranormal, basically. See, that's where I get skeptical. I say, is it possible? Yeah. But still, I'm the kind of guy that wants proof. I'm very black and white that way. I think that's my logical side. I'd like to believe that could be, but at the same time, I think I'm very rooted in reality. I I just want to see the proof of those kind of things. But me personally, I've never seen anything like paranormal. I mean, I've seen some crazy things. I've seen people do crazy things. I've seen crazy, uh, events go on out of the ordinary, but usually nothing paranormal, if that's it. Never saw a flying, object or, I mean, that's all. So, hey, Tom, I need to get going, but I wanted to thank you for the video you made about depression. It really helped me. Okay. It worked. I work a lot as a teacher. My INFJ qualities make it very difficult. Lots of depression. Oh, were you the one that said you? Oh, wait. I think I remember you left a comment on one that said you saw that one about depression. You said this was one of the most helpful videos I've ever seen. I wish I could. I wish I could make a video like this, but I'm a full-time teacher and I can't comment on that kind of thing. Was that you? Maybe that is it. Maybe I think I you're jarring my memory. I remember seeing that your comment. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I do remember that. I remember like rewatching that video. I says, yeah, that was that didn't get as many views as I thought. I kept thinking, gosh, I thought that was a good, helpful video, but it's one of those hidden gems out there for some reason. You watch that one, and think, wow, that actually wasn't bad, but I don't know. If it sits around long enough, I mean, it might eventually get noticed. I don't know. See, that's one of the main things about. Well, anyway, thank you, Will. Yeah, if that's it, yeah. Thanks, Will. Gratuitous. All right, and thanks for stopping by. But yeah, that's one of the downsides of being a small channel right now. Is that I mean I think there's a lot to offer here on this channel. I think it's got good potential. I like doing the channel. I think it's just a matter of building it. It is just all a matter of just being persistent, throwing out videos. But I do see the watch time and the watch time, the videos, the clicks, all that stuff's getting better. It definitely is. And of course, the subscribers are going up. It's close to 800, so it's going up, and it's still in the hundreds, but it's getting there. But I guess that's what it's all about, having this YouTube channel. Yeah. Um, well, I hope you didn't like my. I hope you weren't leaving because I didn't believe in Bigfoot. Gosh, I mean, I again, like I said, I really just need. I just want proof of that. There's got to be something to back it up. There really does. That's all. You know. But I know there's a lot of mysterious stuff out there. Like the pyramids are really there. A lot of times they have an idea of how the pyramids got built, but a lot of times it's like, yeah, but it was like, how could they have built these pyramids with these massive like blocks that weigh 20 tons with just manpower? And they're perfectly sculpted. Like they fit like within like gaps or like a couple of millimeters in length, and how precise these pyramids were for the time. Like they were way ahead of their time, 4,000 years ahead of their time. And sometimes they just say it could have, even some of the technology they have nowadays, they couldn't have reconstructed building the pyramids and chipping these stones as precise as that. So there's a lot of mysterious things, but these are things that are standing there. These pyramids are really there. These pyramids of Gaza, and they're like 4,000 years old, and they're monuments that'll never go anywhere. I mean, we want to talk about paranormal. I mean, this is the ingenuity that went on hundreds of years ago. There was even speculation. They said, well, maybe some alien race came down and like did it with like some kind of alien technology. Then they befriended them, and then there's like evidence that there's a possibility they had some connection to like some kind of alien world, but I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff you hear about things that are just unexplainable. Like crop circles. Where do the crop circles come from? Are they just is there a hoaxer out there with these perfectly shaped circles that are symmetrically perfect out in the middle of a field? Like it looks like a spaceship landed on these areas, and they flattened out the corn a certain way, but you look at them from the air, and they're these magnificent spirals and shapes that are like perfect. How could somebody fake it that precise in like a few hours? Now that's really there. These crop circles are evidently there. But then of course you got the skeptical ones that try to say it's all hoaxed. So let's see. You got another one, huh, Jason? What you offer above any other channel from me is we get to talk to you and have connection. Why? What do you mean? No other channels talk to anybody? I don't know. I don't understand what you mean. Like no. Do you mean like there's other channel? Like I'm trying to think. Like you mean INFJ channels? It could be that they don't talk to you. I mean, or do they just talk? What do you mean? They don't interact like I'm doing? I'm trying to understand. Have you tried watching another like for instance, Jay Scott? You ever seen Jay Scott? He's another prominent INFJ guy. And there's Gwennis. I know she has a lot of lives. She does those like those boot camp lives every couple of months. Well, well, you're the only one I know. Oh, okay. So I'm the only one you know. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's good. Well, you know what? I guess that's that's the way I am. I mean, I like to find a connection here. I like to know that there's people watching, and of course, I'm going to interact. Of course, I am. I mean, I think that's part of what having a live is. I mean, isn't that what they all do? I think that's what you're supposed to do. Not only that, sometimes I've seen some of these big channel guys too. You got to remember too, I'm still a small guy. I mean, sometimes I've seen these lives where you join in on a live. It might not be an INFJ channel. It could be anything. It could be any of these creators that have a channel. And some of these guys have like thousands of subscribers. I mean, literally like 50,000, 100,000, 150,000. They get to be quite a bit. And I mean, here I am, just a few hundred. Now, all of a sudden, you start looking at how many people are watching at any given time. Gosh, there could be over 100 people, like 147, 150, 137. It jumps like it does with me. But a lot of times, now you're a host and you have 137 people. Now you have all of a sudden it's scrolling. Now, I might miss certain things, being that I'm still a small channel and I have a handful of you watching. Of course, I can be much more hands-on with you because I just have a smaller draw right now. So yeah, so in a way that's beneficial. But yeah, can you just imagine if I had I had something going on and I had hundreds? Yeah, yeah. So well, now I got three watching. Three. I had about four or five. A couple of people disappeared. So, um, but I mean, sometimes I wonder. It's like you see it go away, then it goes up again. But yes, but you got like them. Yes, but you got like them. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean? Like I got like them? Yeah. You mean like having thousands of subscribers? I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah. Um, yeah, but oh, okay. So, all right. Just kind of checking out some of your comments here. All right. Is Vamp Fox still out there? Oh, we got 7. See, it went from 3 right up to 7. Like 4 came right back. I'm thinking it could be, maybe it's the same ones and they're kind of drifting in and out of things. I'm not sure how it works. I keep seeing the little needle. Do you see the same thing? Maybe I think you do on your channel as well. You do, actually. You do, right? You must see like at some point, you must see the same like totals of numbers of people watching it. And then, matter of fact, you must because I've watched lives and I see that. So I just answered my own question, see? You got to connect with who you're watching. Well, of course. Yeah, I mean, that goes without saying. That absolutely goes without saying. No, but I can only imagine if it was scrolling up. I've seen some of these lives where it's just constantly scrolling and it's moving. And you might comment here and in like literally like 2 seconds it's gone. So it's not like it, and then you might not ever get looked at. The host might glance and one catches out, one stands out, and they might comment on that. But typically, it's not gonna. It might get overlooked because of the amount of scrolling that goes on too. But being like I said, I'm still a small guy here. I got a nice tight intimate group right now. Maybe that's in a way it's good. We got a small intimate group, so I get to connect with anybody who wants to make a comment. Vamp Fox. Oh, I mentioned your name. I asked if you were still there. I know this is the only channel I've come across that I've seen few other INFJ channels, but I liked it, like connection with smaller channels. Yeah, because of the whole what I'm saying. Yeah, basically for what I'm saying. Yeah. No, I mean, I think it definitely helps. For me, I'm just glad I'm seeing people out there. I guess bottom line is, you know, like I said, I like to think of this channel as like a sanctuary, a safe haven, that kind of thing. Where yeah, we feel like we can go and we can unleash a little bit because we're so isolated, because we're not we don't have a lot of people like us. And when we start finding our people, then we understand each other. There's something more genuine about conversations. Yes, of course there is, because I know what you mean. You're talking on a channel. I mean, you mean even more so than leaving comments and leaving things like that. I mean, I know you're leaving comments here, but I mean they're live. But I think the idea that we're I'm responding to what you're saying. I get it. No, of course that's always good because yeah, you feel like it's more of a connection. You're not just being spoken down to, which I don't like to do. I like to think we're all on the same level playing field here. That's all. It's kind of like you ever see like McDonald's. McDonald's got so big. I mean, use this as a comparison. Say you get these small time burger chains, that are just hometown local ones, and they make the best burger in town, but they're only like a mom and pop shop. They're just a small, they got a couple of places in like town. They're not like all around the world like McDonald's, but they got these fantastic burgers, and they're probably better than McDonald's. You know what I mean? And they're small. And you go in there and they take good care of you and they know you by name. You go in there, they remember you. You go through a McDonald's drive-through. Here's another kind of example. All of a sudden, you don't get to know anybody's name because somebody might have started working there a week or two ago and they're already gone. They got somebody new. They can't keep the same help. Or you might get to know some of them, but it's not the same because they're so busy. They got so much going on and they're making the same burger. I mean, yes, they're very successful. They're a huge franchise making lots of, very money, and they're successful. But you lose that whole small town charm. You lose that whole intimate connection you have, like that mom and pop burger stand, that little chain that's in town. You see, so I guess in a sense that's what I am. I'm the little guy in town with that puts out a good burger, you know, and that's probably better than McDonald's, even though McDonald's has been around so much longer and they got a huge empire. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's what I think. I think that's what I think. When what you're talking about, that's what I would say. Okay, I really you clash with authority, with the rules, anything to restrict our freedom. Yeah, we're yeah, rebellious. Yeah, I think that's. I think that yeah. So you clash with authorities, with the rules. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I would imagine so. I mean, even in Great Britain, I mean, there's always been a lot of. I mean, you got to figure too. I mean, you're under. Listen, you're under a monarchy there. Listen, I don't know exactly. Maybe there's no difference. We have a president, we have a Congress, we don't have a monarchy, and I know that England is a monarchy, and of course that whole monarchy reached around the world. In fact, even New Zealand and Australia are somewhat still like under that monarchy in some way, if I believe, and I know Wales is. It's all part of Great Britain. Now, I guess my point is that um, even here in the United States, I mean, gosh, we got certain states that are way more radical than other states. We got blue states, which are like the very Democrat, very liberal states. You got red states, which are very conservative, very like traditional, very constitutional states. And so you got different states that you live in, and you know, there's 50 states, and sometimes you got different rules and laws that go on in these states that are almost like different countries in some ways. But you have one country, but some of these states, the way they run things. But yeah, I know what you mean. There's some states that are very high tax, taxes that are like New York State, um, Illinois, California, certain states that are very high taxed, but they have a very large government, And of course, they do like what you said. They have a lot of authority and things like that, and they always try to impose their will. Then you have other states like the state I'm in. I'm in New Hampshire. I think I've told you that. I live in New Hampshire, and this state is actually does not have an income tax, not a state income tax. I mean, I pay federal taxes. I mean, everybody does. We're in the United States, a federal tax, but I'm in one of the few states in the country that does not have a state sales tax. So that's what I mean. There's so many different things that go on in there, right? The monarchy is on its last legs in Britain, especially with the Andrew Epstein files. Oh yeah, I guess he was pretty well implicated. From what I understand, there's a lot of evidence that he can't escape from. There's way too much dirt on that guy. Didn't he actually? Wasn't he shunned by the family? I thought he was basically told that he was basically what's the name? Basically door slammed. I don't know what you want to call it, like excommunicated from the rest of the family. Yeah, they did. Well, they knew they had to. They couldn't condone that. I know those Epstein files. I mean, I haven't really looked too much into them. I know that the guy was, yeah, there was some people going there, and of course they didn't want to release all these files and stuff. And yeah, and anybody who went to the island, you knew what that was about. I guess I know that it was a bad island. Yeah, but yeah, who was it? Andrew. Yeah, Andrew, I guess, was deep into that. Yeah, but is he being like criminally charged by anybody, or is he just, I mean, are they going to press some kind of criminal charges where do they have enough evidence to try him? See, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that much about it. Yes. Oh, yeah. The people here are angry. Yes. Oh, I can imagine. Yeah. I mean, yeah, they were basically taking, young girls and just, yeah, very young girls and having their way with them, right? Yes, he will be going to the States. Okay. Oh, he's coming to the States. Oh, really? All right. Okay. Yeah, we were. What he thinks he can fit in? Oh, for a trial. Oh, for a trial. Okay. Well, okay. Well, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know how you really like our president right now, Donald Trump. I mean, I know the guy is. He's really a very. Let's just say he's a serious guy, and whatever he ran on for his campaign, he's sticking to it. Now, I know a lot of people on the left don't like Donald Trump, and I know he's kind of an unconventional president. He never held office before, but he's really making things. He's radically changing the country right now, and a lot of like the world as well. So he is for trial. Yeah, but yeah, that's really a shame that that's happening the way it is. That the whole Epstein thing. I know they released it. I guess it's all for the best. I mean, that stuff has to come out, and I guess these people have to be accounted for. I mean, even the old president, Bill Clinton, our former president, is now being implicated that, and of course Hillary too. I guess there's a lot that are being exposed in that too. That they visited that. He is all ego. Oh, you're talking about Andrew? I don't really know him, but you probably know more than I do. He's probably you figure. I mean, he's royalty. I mean, I can imagine they have a certain attitude about them when they're, some people born into royalty and they grow up in that way. Yeah, they develop a certain air about them, a certain arrogance, a certain ego about them. Of course they do. It just goes to the territory, I would think. I don't watch the news. Yeah. I'm not watching too much of the news either, Van Fox. I try not to. I mean, if I do, it's usually a certain networks. I know mainstream news, I don't think is telling us the truth. I mean, a lot of times, I don't know what you got I know, wait, although there is a channel that comes in, I think it's, it's on YouTube here, and it's from Australia. And Lefties Losing It. They got one called Lefties Losing It. You ever seen that show? It's right out of Australia. It's a YouTube channel. And Sky News, is that what it is? There's a Sky News that's from Australia. I think they're kind of a right wing broadcast, and they talk a lot about different events here in America and stuff like that. And it's like an Australian broadcast. Yeah, I don't really watch it much, but I do know about that one. And of course, I know in Wales and in Great Britain, you got the BBC. I don't know much about that one, but that sounds probably like it's probably very just mainstream, I would think. And there's probably I think a lot of times your news is very propaganda, and I think being that a lot of times too, I'm going to say one thing. I think being that it's our type now, you can see through a lot of the BS. Being that we can kind of see through things, and a lot of times you can see through the manipulation that these networks do, and it's a waste of time. They're just lying to you, in other words, and that they're spinning things a certain way to get their agenda across. This is why I don't watch the news either, and it could come from both sides. I think a lot of times, as I can't just speak for all of us, but I don't watch the news for that reason because I don't trust it. I figure they have an agenda. They're spinning it a certain way. They're going to present it a certain way in order just to further their agenda. And most of the news right now in the world is like that. And then we got networks here in this country. We have CNN, MSNBC, and even all the major ones that are very biased. They're obviously biased for one side over the other. And you can't trust these news networks anyway. So there's really no point in watching a lot of this news nowadays. So yeah, I'm reluctant to find out to listen to a lot of news. I just not to say I hide my head in the sand, but I just know I don't believe it anyway. And sometimes I think it's so depressing. Sometimes I think these news networks purposely give us a lot of dirty laundry, bad news, lots of just negative, toxic stuff to sell ratings because a lot of people are drawn to the train wreck. What's the old saying? I mean, if there's a train wreck, if there's a car wreck, people look, people rubberneck, people slow down to look. People always want to see that the train wreck. Well, these media stations know that. They just know human nature. Human nature is always geared toward the drama, the negative, the toxic. You start putting good news out there. Occasionally, you got good news. People, but it doesn't draw people in. Not like controversy. Not like that. It's just the way it's geared. But these stations make sure that they put that out there for ratings, and of course they're lying to you. And like I said, spinning their agendas. I think I've heard of that. Yeah. Oh, you talking about Sky News? Is that what you're talking? Yeah, I just there's an app on my. I was watching that a little bit. It's actually they're pretty good because they're not they're on the opposite side of the mainstream. You know what I mean? But then they got this one Lefties Losing It, and they show all these crazy radical people, with the multicolored hair and stuff, and they're all throwing tantrums and stuff, or they're blocking tunnels and roads and the things that they do, and they start going in their protest, so then they just show all this stuff, these people that are losing their mind, with a cause, you know what I mean? Okay. From a young age, I would get sensitive about certain topics. Yeah, that's me too. Yeah, I get that. Don't watch the news. Yeah. Well, I think I've cited a lot of reasons why we don't. If you pretty much agree with that too, I mean, I think that's a lot of what it is that we are, we're bombarded with negative stuff too much. Yeah, but it is a shame that we live in a world like that where a lot of us don't even trust the news. In fact, in this country, I mean, in the United States, I think the whole integrity of the mainstream news is gone. I mean, they lost viewerships. People don't buy newspapers anymore. Newspapers are the same way, especially certain types of newspapers. They're very slanted and things, and you can't trust them, a lot of the media. So yeah, I'm with you on that, Vamp Fox. No, I don't watch the news for that reason. I mean, why just watch why watch the lies? Why watch it be spun a certain way, or they present it a certain way to shape your opinion? Oh, and in some Asian countries, they won't censor the car accidents. Oh, really? Oh, I see what you mean. Like in some, they won't censor the car accidents. Oh, I know what you mean. I know a lot of times. Yeah, you got to. You mean on like YouTube? On what? You mean on just like the prime time television? Like just you mean that? Like on the news? If they have a car accident, they won't censor that stuff. I mean, typically, I mean, if you know an accident is so bad, that somebody lost their life, they'll censor things, or especially if you see a body or somebody, if you see somebody getting harmed or injured. I mean, we're talking tragically. They don't. So you're telling me that in certain countries they might allow that kind of thing, huh? Because I mean, in most countries don't for that reason. It's just too graphic. Not to mention, it's just tasteless. You know. So you tell me in China they don't care. They just put that out there, huh? They just throw that on there. Wow, I didn't know that. Some Asian countries won't censor car accidents. Hmm. Yeah, I wonder why they'd want to do that. I mean, they just what are they trying to prove, or they just don't care? I mean, maybe it's certain. I know here on YouTube though. I just know there's strict guidelines about certain things. Now I watch YouTube. Any form of violence they blur out. Even if they show like these body cams of people, and if they start, even if they throw a punch, once they throw a punch at someone, they have to blur out the violence. I mean, just that is blurred out on YouTube, and I think most creators have to do that. They can't show any kind of violent act on YouTube, or any kind of horrific act. They have to blur certain images. See, those are things that I just observe. That even if I went to be a content creator, you have to know certain things. Like certain things have to be blurted out and things like that too. Yes, it's full on. Like if you camera phone, they will video it on any platform. Oh, okay. Yeah, like that whole one. I don't know if you remember when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Okay, poor thing. That was a sad thing that happened. I mean, I really think that was a cheap thing that happened. That was back last year, but when it first happened, some people had cell phones and they were just recording. They weren't trying to capture that, but they couldn't help it to be. They might have had their phone. They were just trying to record the event, and then he got shot. And I guess it was pretty graphic. And of course, there were angles and there's all sorts of like footage of that they won't show. But they shut down anybody putting their cell phone, any kind of upload on either to TikTok, YouTube, any of them. And anybody that had that graphic video image on their phone, they shut that down immediately within a few hours. I mean, the first couple hours there were people getting it through, but they shut that right off. Yeah, they didn't want to see somebody getting like, especially the way Charlie Kirk died. That they didn't want that because that was graphic. Yeah. So, but my point is, I mean, they had to shut that down even from phones. People just privately, so anybody private couldn't do that as well, basically. I think most of it is anyway. This is just content creators. I mean, the world has changed. The world has changed. Most of your media now is just private contract creators like me that just start a YouTube channel that throw things out there that have an opinion, things like that. I mean, I'm just a random guy here, and I mean that's all YouTube is. I mean, it used to be the only ones that had a TV station or anything was a TV broadcast, And that's the only media you would have seen back. It wasn't even that long ago, even 25 years ago, back in the early 2000s. I mean, you had your cable channels, you had your TV, but you didn't have YouTube. I mean, you didn't have the internet either. I mean, the internet didn't really take off until what, mid 90s? Even the 2000s is when it really started taking off. But this is the whole wave of the future. These, and I think a lot of times, I think a lot of times, I think these YouTube channels, because a lot of times they gravitate more to what, because you start trusting somebody, because they're people like you. I mean, we're all the same thing. We could all have our own broadcast, but it has a lot to do with how they connect, on how they present themselves as well. Like me, when I'm going on this channel right now and I'm talking to you, I present myself a certain way, but I just try to be myself, you know? But a lot of times, I mean, my point is, all you had for the longest time was the media, was the mainstream media. That's all you had to rely on for your information. The advent of all this social media. Of course, you got TikTok, Facebook. I know a lot of that is kind of watered down in a lot of ways too. But I guess my point is that you're able to decipher who you can trust, and if you have a good way of reading people, reading people, and you could tell, I mean, how honest they are, how they present themselves, so how authentic they are. And now you have a plethora of people that you can pick and choose from. And if they're delivering news a certain way, a lot of times you got these guys on delivering the news. Just I could do it. I could just get my news thing every day, and I could do a whole news report on YouTube every day. And I could have basically an audience that would just tune in to watch me, and they'd get their news from me if I wanted to do that on YouTube, Yeah, I mean, I could be the media in that way. But I mean, would it be my agenda? I mean, I would have to make a conscious effort to make sure I remained, impartial, but that would have to be my own thing, right? And my own, on how I deal with my own, like, people that watch me, right? My own viewers. That was very horrible. Oh, talking about the Charlie Kirk thing. What are we talking about? Van Fox on any platform? Yes. That was like a normal guy, no agenda, just wants to help. Oh, we're talking about yeah, Charlie Kirk. Yeah, no, the thing was, yeah, and he had guts too. He'd go to college campuses and he would just speak his mind, and he would rationalize. He was logical. Yeah, he didn't look at emotions. He wasn't looking at just political correctness or wokeism. He just spoke his mind, and he said it the way it should be. So, oh, I thought you were talking about Charlie Kirk, because I thought maybe you were catching up with the comment. No, you, Tom, you and your channel. Oh, thank you, Jason. Thank you. Well, thanks a lot. I mean, well, I appreciate that. Well, I guess I'm just trying to say that I'm reaching right now. But my point is you couldn't do this 25 years ago. This was unheard of. And if you told me that someday we're going to have a network where anybody could get on a platform like a YouTube, or like a social media platform like this, and have an audience and just start talking, I never would have believed it. Now it's like I'm doing it. And it's like I got this thing the size of a credit, like my phone. What is it? 6 inches by 3 inches by ½ inch. A little computer with an amazing camera that's going to go around the world. I would have never believed that. Well, maybe even 30, 40 years ago, back in the 80s, I never would have. But that's what it is now. So a lot of times I think that's what happens, is that you tend not to watch the mainstream news because they got so, like I said, like that McDonald's, that big chain that's just there, right? While you've got you have people on YouTube that are just average, everyday people that are just, they go to work for a living, but then they spend a few hours just talking to you on this phone here, on this camera, and but they could do that. Like I said, I could do the news someday, or come up with opinion. But I mean, this channel is what it is. I mean, it would have to be a certain niche that I'd had, obviously, too. You know. But yeah, that's all. That's what it's all about, though, people. I'll tell you. Oh my gosh, I can't believe how late it is. Wherever you are right now, it's probably late morning now. Jason, where you are, it's probably you must be Sunday morning. I would imagine. I don't know if you work. I don't. I think Sunday's always off for most people. I don't work weekends anyway. Uh, okay. Think about how many people you've touched without even knowing your channel helps. Uh, sometimes I the only way I know that is your input when you leave comments like that. You know what I mean? And especially when I see you come back, and you could see me again, and you hang around a lot. You're back and you're hanging out with me. See, I think of that as you hanging out with me. You're not watching me. You're not a viewer. You're not like watching me. You hang out with me. Like, even though we're like, thousands of miles away, halfway around the world somewhere, we're still hanging out, because if you were hanging out with me, and say we were at a bar or like a restaurant and we were all together, I'd be probably the same way, I mean, we'd be just live. We'd be right in the same room, So that's just the way I think of it, We're hanging out, you know what I mean? 9, you're my buddy now. Hey, fist bump. That's corny, man. I don't know. You gonna see that? Oh, I just saw myself doing a fist bump. I'm like, oh, why'd I do that? That was kind of corny, man. I'm just speaking out loud here. That's all. Yeah. Oh my gosh. But anyway, I think that, see, you got me on a whole, you got me just talking. I mean, I think that's one of my gifts sometimes. I mean, I have to have the right energy. I have to have the right connections and the right, I would imagine the right rest. But yeah, I mean, yeah, who cares? We're all corny. Hey, does corny mean the same thing in Great Britain as it does here in the States? Is that like, I mean, I know you have a different lexicon dialect over there. Like corny, to me, it just means something like, kind of like goofy, like, it's kind of, that's all. It does. So it's the same thing, Like we don't use the word bloody. I know bloody there is like a, it's almost like a 4-letter word almost when you say, "Oh, that bloody jerk," It's like we don't use that here, but I know in England you use that. Bloody's like a verb. Usually means, it's not. It's a disagreeable word. They don't use it much. Are you talking about bloody? Is that kind of faded out a little bit? Because a lot of times you watch. I mean, sometimes you'd watch these old movies and they'd have that real Cockney accent. Hey, it'd be like that real Cockney, like where but they don't pronounce their, and a lot of times it's, you bloody fool, No, oh, no corny. Oh, corny you don't use much. I just use it every so often, like, not always. I look forward to Tom's Sunday session. Huh. Sunday session. Well, isn't it Sunday now? It already is, right? Yeah. Okay. Sunday's session. Yeah. Well, I guess that's what this is right now. And gosh, it is Sunday morning. I'm looking at it's 5:53 in the morning. Well, no, wait, it's 4:53. I can't believe it. Gosh, people. I need to probably be going pretty soon. As much as I want to stick around, I'm having a great time here. I'm looking at how long I've been here. I've been here for 3 hours on this live. I can't believe it. Sometimes time just flies by, and I don't even realize the time. I'm like, I can't believe it. Here it is. Time went by again, And bloody is my dad's favorite word. Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, when we think bloody here, it's just, yeah, that's literally to describe somebody that's bleeding. I mean, you use it like the F word almost, or like, just a verb to, that's just pretty much unpleasant, you know? Yeah. Corny, funny, yeah. Now, is that the same in Australia? Vamp Fox, corny, corny just meaning like goofy, like you say, oh, that's corny, meaning like it just it's just kind of goofy. It's kind of dumbish, but I don't know. It's corny. That's just a way of describing something. I don't know if they use that in Australia. We don't use it that much here. That used to be used a little bit more in the States. I don't hear it as much. I use it sometime, but then again, I'm old, so I remember hearing it when I was a kid more. Bloody. He's bloody bastards. So many ways to use it. Yeah. Yeah, bloody bastards. Yeah, exactly. So it's just like it's an expletive, basically. It's like a verb. It's like a vulgar verb in a way to describe somebody. That's usually just yeah. It's like adding a little bit of vile to their character, basically. You know what I mean? Yeah. But oh my gosh, had a lot of fun here tonight again. My gosh, I'm glad you people showing up. I really am. Um, you know, it's like saying effing hell. Yeah, I try to keep my. No, that's okay. You can type anything you want. You know, I try to make sure that my language is clean. I'm not going to repeat that. I mean, bloody. I don't know. I don't know how explicit that is here. I mean, to me, it doesn't. But the F word to me is. I mean, I could say it. I could get away with it. I think there's only. But if I kept doing that, I'd get fined. I think they would if I kept saying the F word like over and over again, and there'd be a certain limit. If I abused it here on YouTube, I think they would take notice of that. So no, that's okay. That's okay. I'm not gonna. You can do that. I don't think they're gonna penalize you. That's okay. I don't saying that. Don't type that. I don't want to get in the habit of saying that because I mean I could blurt something out every so often. You know what I mean? Every once in a while, I think they're okay with that, but I got to just be careful how many times I say things like that. That's okay, but but that's not on you. All right. Believe me, I'm not sensitive. I know things. I know what these things are. I've heard them many times. And listen, some I I have a certain work language. I'm kind of like that. You want to talk about a chameleon, though, right? Now, I've been like this most of my life, where I can go to work, and I've told you I've been a tire guy. I've worked in shops, mechanic shops. I pump diesel fuel. I've always had blue collar work. And what do you get? What are mechanics? I've worked with mechanics. And what are mechanics? They got the filthiest mouths when they speak. They're always F this and F that and C words and S words. They say everything. Like the old drunken sailor, right? And sailors are known for having vowel mouths. Now, corny is like cheesy and lame in Australia. Yeah, okay, cheesy and lame. Yeah, they make the same things. Those are the synonyms, I guess you call them, right? Swearing, swearing over in the UK is religious. No, that's okay. I get that. I know that. I've watched some of those some of those old movies. Like I said, the Cockney accent. Now, where is Cockney? Isn't that a part of London? There's a certain area in the London area where they have that Cockney accent. That's like that real. It's like very, or is it Liverpool? Even the Beatles had a kind of a Cockney. Maybe it's the Liverpool accent. There's a certain part of England that has that, where they don't pronounce their H's or something. Like, where the hell are you going there, bloke? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, where the L are you? They don't pronounce their H's, and they always it's the Cockney, yeah. It is actually called Cockney. When I say Cockney accent, so there's a town called Cockney. So I didn't know that. Unless I read a map. I mean, so that's what it is. Cockney. Is that somewhere near Liverpool, or is it more closer to London? Because I know London is in the south. Liverpool is actually, isn't that toward the north? the northeastern shore or something. I know it can't be up. Yeah, northeast London is where they all moved to Essex. Oh, okay. Uh, no east, northeast London. They all moved to. You're talking about the Cogneys then, huh? Okay. Well, I guess that's where sometimes you hear that Cogney accent. And that's the one I always think of, where they don't pronounce the H's and stuff. And it sounds like it's really thick. The only way I can describe it is if you ever heard a Southern accent in the United States. I mean, sometimes there are certain accents from the deep South that were so like, whoa, it's down there, boy, like that drawl. They call it that Southern drawl. And I'm sure it's so, there's sometimes, when I was younger, I couldn't even understand some of these Southern accents because they were such a drawl. And to think that it's in your own country, but there's certain states, certain areas that have the drawls, and sometimes they're difficult to understand. At least they used to be when I was younger, but I pretty much understand everybody now. Uh, so the accent is now in Essex. Oh, okay. So it's almost like they migrated a little bit then, huh? So it's kind of, yeah. But of course, I mean, I got that. I don't know if you notice it, but I don't have it as prominent as I used to. But because when I still hear the Boston accent, let's say, or when I grow up in my home, when I go back to my hometown of Lynn, I don't know if you ever heard of Lynn, Massachusetts. It's outside of Boston. It's basically in the Boston area. But it's basically the same thing. The accent is just as prominent where they got with the R's. The R's that we say like park, it's pack. All the R's are kind of not there. Like when I say, hey, what are you doing over there? Over there. And should be over there, right? But in the Boston, the R's aren't pronounced. Hey, what are you doing over there? Huh? Hey, get out of here. See, that's Boston. I can master that one, but then again, I grew up there. But I noticed that since I moved to New Hampshire, I mean, some things are even just 60 miles north of Boston, where I'm at now. I mean, the accents change. I mean, it doesn't take much of a geographical location change to make the accent different too. Liverpool is West Coast. Essex is East Coast. Okay, all right, that's what it is. Liverpool is West Coast. So the accent is now Essex. Oh, you know what? That makes sense because the Titanic was built in Liverpool. I believe from what I understand, the Titanic, I mean, I know I saw the movie and on the back of it, on its bow, it said Liverpool, UK or whatever, or England. So I knew that Liverpool had basically, it was a shipbuilding community. So it makes sense that it was on the West Coast, closer to the Atlantic Ocean than closer to the Channel, I would imagine. It just makes sense that they'd put it that way on that side. Yes. Okay. Yes. But I figured they must have, maybe they still do. I mean, you figure they built the Titanic, then they built the Lusitania. Now, I know I'm talking over 100 years ago, but I'm sure a lot of other um, maybe ocean liners, and of course, maybe a lot of other, let's say, maybe battleships, maybe British Royal Naval battleships were built out of there too. I can only imagine. Liverpool is like a shipbuilding mecca down there. At least, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just going to guess that it's still a prominent shipbuilding place like that, right? It's funny that where I wanted to wait. It's funny. That's where I wanted to, when at one point in my life, to change my mind. Are you talking about Boston or Liverpool? What are we talking? It's funny. That's where I wanted to go at one point in my life, but changed my mind. Uh, Now, what are you talking about? Are you talking about like somewhere in the UK, or are you talking about Boston, like where I'm from? Not sure, because we're talking about Liverpool, and we were talking. I threw a little Boston accent in there too, but then again, I'll always have that. Whatever accent I got is just what it's going to be. I mean, I can't hear you talking to me back, but I would imagine you have, pretty much a very distinctive accent due to the country you're from, of course, right? Yeah. No, Vamp. Can you tell me where you're talking about? You said that's funny. That's where I wanted to wear at one point in my life. In other words, like you wanted to, when you say wanted to wear at one point in your life, like you wanted to be like go somewhere, but you changed your mind. I'm trying to figure out if that's what you meant. That's okay. Uh, well, yeah, but yeah, it's funny. See, we're going all over the place with this. At least I know I am. I'm going all over the place. We're talking about empathy. We're talking about. We went into some crazy thing. I got a little bit into politics. I went as far as I want to go. I didn't want to go too much into it, but I just basically kept it generic. Like I said, I don't want I got to keep a channel a certain way. I mean, but of course I can run it off a little bit. I mean, when I make a video, that's one thing about YouTube. You got to keep a niche. You got to keep a certain category. Whatever you pick, they recommend that you stay in a certain area. You know, I mean, gosh, if I want to make a whole channel based on, let's say, shoes, they say, yeah, keep it on shoes, okay, or sneakers. And hi, how you doing? Hey, this is Tom, and welcome to the Shoe Mecca. And today we're going to talk about this. You see what I'm saying? They recommend that you stay it, or if you're a cooking channel, you stick to it. Because you lose an audience if you go too far. You can't talk about shoes this day and then talk about bread this day. It's like because certain people that tuned in to subscribe to your shoe channel aren't going to like you talking about bread over here. You see what I mean? So they recommend that you keep a certain niche. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. What do we got here? Oh, Liverpool. Okay. Then you were talking about you wanted to go to Liverpool. Okay. I wanted you to clear that up because I mentioned Boston, and I didn't know if you wanted to go to Boston. Although Boston's not bad. Some parts of Boston are nice. It's kind of like a little guy a little off topic, but in Lord of the Rings, when Gandalf, the Grey Face, and Balgroth, I've compared it to facing your shadow. Oh, you're back to you're definitely throwing something out there. You like to throw a little wrench. You like to throw a little curveball into my conversation. You introduce something in there. You like to steer the conversation. Well, I guess that's good. Gandalf the White. Is that Gandalf the dude? He was like the wizard dude, right? On Lord of the Rings. He had that big old hat, like that witch hat. He had the beard down to his belly over there. Yeah, he was like the wizard or something, right? Yeah, to travel. Came back to Gandalf the White. What do you think? Um, you never seen it? It was been a long time ago. I think I saw the movie back when I was married. Okay, I'll talk about that. Uh, in Van Fox, she's talking about to travel to Liverpool. Okay, all right, all right. Yeah, we got. I've no, I never really got too much into the trilogy. I do remember seeing Lord of the Rings, and I think maybe the Two Towers. I think I saw the first original ones. This was back when I was first married. It was back in the early 2000s when these movies came out, and I think I watched them with my stepdaughter at the time. She was into like that stuff, and they were coming out with the movies, and I thought, yeah, finally, I knew that the whole Lord of the Rings, J.R. Tolkien. I know when he wrote those, they had this massive following. All those books were like gospel. I mean, because you had a lot that they were just so unique, and they finally put them to movies. So I did see him then, and I know a little bit about him. It was a lot of Middle Earth, kind of gothic, not gothic, like kind of it's hard to describe. Just they called it Middle Earth stuff, right? Yeah, but I never really got too much into that though. You know, I mean, my brother Jimmy, the one I told you that passed away when I was younger, he got into that trilogy stuff. He got into that. They called it the trilogy. Those three books. You know, I thought one was The Hobbit too. I thought that's where it started. You know, it was just The Hobbit. It was that Bilbo Baggins or something. But all right, watch it again, buddy. Loads of lessons. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. I mean, I haven't really watched a whole lot of movies lately. I mean, as far as like, it's just what I've been doing, just the way my life has steered me. I haven't watched a lot of like mainstream TV. I do watch YouTube. Obviously, as you can tell, I'm on YouTube. I do watch a lot of different YouTube, but you never know. Someday I might decide to. I mean, when I was younger, I used to watch a lot of movies and stuff. I just not as much, but uh, but bottom line is, yeah. But I don't know what that reminded you of something. A little off topic. You talked about Gandalf the Gray Face. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Did he have a beard like mine? Is that what it was? Maybe that's it. I look at my beard and I think myself, I think this is almost the longest I've ever let it grow. This is probably, I never realized how thick it got, you know? I always thought when it's like when it's short, it's really kind of sparse. It isn't even like it looks okay, but when I let it grow out, my gosh, it just thing looks like it's got a whole, its own, zip code almost, you know. And I think it's took me about 3 months just to grow it like this, but it just got really thick. It's just got its own life of its own almost, really. I don't know. But I know I just remember that about Gandalf. I know he was the dude with the long beard, though. It was all white. He looked like the wizard. He wore the cloak and everything. Yeah. Shadow work. Okay, what? Oh, shadow work that's comparison to facing your fears. Uh you like steering the yeah, I know you like steering this conversation. I see that. You like to it's like I see what you're doing, Jason. I guess that's a good thing, man. You're trying to you want to move that topic. Maybe it's giving me you like to give me ideas to talk about. I got to think about that. That's kind of good in a way. Okay, shadow work that compares to facing your fears. Okay, yeah. I'm not sure exactly what that means. Comparison to facing your fears. I don't know. I'm not sure what that is, but I do notice you like to, because yeah, you were bringing up empathy a lot, and I started getting into empathy. Then you started talking about other stuff. Then I started talking about that. Then then they started talking, and then you went back to something. You went back to the empathy. Watch the movie, and you will see understand. Oh, shadow work. That's a Lord of the Rings reference. Is that what that is? Now you're talking about the Lord of the Rings, or is it the Hobbit, or the Two Towers? Right? This three. What is it, Two Towers? It's something like that, right? Yeah, I know there's different. Yeah, yes, just the Lord of the Rings. All right. One of these days, I might have to just take a day. I've got a day off and get a DVD player and pop it in. Well, maybe I'll think about doing that sometime. Laughing. Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Van Fox laughing. All right. Yeah. Yeah, but I know that's one of those. I think that's one of those universal stories as well. I think that book was probably translated into many languages as well. That was one of those novels. I believe Tolkien was English, if I remember right. J.R. Tolkien, I think he wrote the whole thing in English. Now, didn't Tolkien live like back in wasn't he born he died like back in the 50s? Wasn't he didn't he write that trilogy in the 1940s? I mean, that's old. I mean, I was surprised how old that trilogy was. And I think Tolkien's been dead for many years. I don't know much about him. And this is when I was younger, I thought he was younger than that. That was a little more recent. Then I realized how old he was. Again, I could be wrong, but I believe correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was English as well too. Tolkien. That's So maybe you could fill me in a little bit on that. Tell me if it Jason. I mean, if you know when exactly he wrote those books and when did he live exactly? Like I said, I think he lived up until the 50s or maybe early 60s even. I don't know, something like that. But maybe you could fill me in on that. Let me know, you know. But I mean, that was never quite my thing. I mean, it's funny thing is, I mean, I've known lots of people. I've known lots of people that got into that, and I kind of learned a lot just from them telling me the story of it. I've never actually read the book or anything. Like I said, I saw the movies a long time ago. There was this one character I seem to remember from that. He what was his name? He was a dwarf and he had an axe. He was a tough little dwarf guy. He looked like a barbarian. Was it Gimli? Was that the dude's name? He was part of that quest. Yeah, and then maybe said like nobody ever tosses a dwarf or something. They don't ever, like there was dwarf tossing was like they would toss dwarfs, and he hated that. He wouldn't let himself be tossed. I think that was the movie. That's one thing I seem to remember. Then, of course, there was that Gollum dude. He was all CGI and he was all skinny and white and he looked pathetic. My gosh, you look like a wreck, Yeah, it just kind of twisted him into that because he wore the ring for like so long. It just distorted him. It turned him into like that thing, like Gollum was. you know. I mean, I remember little bits and pieces of the characters. I just don't remember like a whole bunch of it. But that's all right. Yeah. But I mean that's again, I mean, I think that's one thing about our type is that we're very much into like the imagination. And I can imagine that that's got to be one of those things. I mean, they say that's typical of our type, the INFJ, is that they're voracious readers. In fact, I did a lot of reading when I was younger. I did read a lot of books. In fact, some of the stuff I got into when I read was the dwarfs were Welsh, the riders of Rohan were English or Saxon, etc. Okay, man, yes, stuff like that. Yeah, the dwarfs were Welsh. Were Welsh. Okay, are you talking about the actors that did the movie? Or because I mean, when they were Middle Earth, there was no English or Saxon. It was just yeah. But I do know in the movie there was a dude called Gimli. I believe that was his name, something like that. You know, yeah, yeah. But I think, like I said, INFJs we're very we got that imagination. Sometimes they like to get lost in like not lost in, but they like that whole thing of letting their imagination roam because you start reading the pages in a book. That's another thing that's very like relatable to them because it's so stimulating to that inner world. You talk about Middle Earth, that inner Earth, right? But gosh, I mean, you've got to figure INFJs have that rich inner world that they enjoy just being very much part of, right? And of course, you start reading a book, a novel, and you get lost in it because you start reading those books and those chapters, and you start painting that whole picture and with that intuition, that whole inner world, and it just starts coming to life when you start piecing things together. So a lot of times you hear about, our type being very, very much into that kind of thing. Yeah, even more so than other types. I can imagine that. I mean, myself, when I grew up, I used to read a lot of books too. In fact, I haven't read too many. The reason I stopped reading a lot of like books is a lot of times, as I grew up, I noticed that for one thing, it started like bothering my neck. And when I held my neck over for too long, and I held a thing, it started really bugging my neck. And then for a while there, I would read a book and I'd start falling asleep. I couldn't even like read too much anymore. But I used to read a lot. I mean, just novels and stuff. But some of the stuff I read, like back when I was a kid, I used to like those old classics, especially like like Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn. That was the Mark Twain stuff. Or I got in for a while, even recently. H.G. Wells, like The Time Machine, The Island of Dr. Moreau, First Men on the Moon. You know, H.G. Wells. The what was it? War of the Worlds. All that stuff. I thought he was way ahead of his time. The Time Machine. Did I say that one already? Oh yeah, they had a movie to that. But what a concept of the Time Machine. Yeah, and this guy was writing this stuff in the late 1800s. H.G. Wells. Yeah. And I know that's all like stuff that's like just classic literature. But yeah, I got into stuff like that early on. Not too long ago, about, I don't know, 15, 10 years ago, I started getting into audiobooks. I thought, well, if I can't read a book, I'll pop in an audiobook. And I started getting the CDs I borrowed them from the library. And I listened to a few audiobooks. 1984 by George Orwell. You want to talk about that's really eye-opening. Yeah, just the and then sometimes you see some of the parallels to that story in our own societies in some ways. I mean, not quite as extreme as that, but in some ways it's close. When you see how close that we are to some of the way things turned out from that as well. Animal Farm, that was another one I used to like. No token idea. No token idea drew from British society after World War II. After World War One, he would spend a lot of time in Wales on holiday, and the Welsh are tiny people with a lot of fight in them, like the dwarves. Oh, okay. Wales is also known for mining. Oh, okay. See, I knew he was British. He's actually Welsh. Okay, but I knew he was from the British island. I knew that's why I said I wasn't too clear on that. I knew that's where he was from. But after World War One, I knew it was later than that. So he got a lot of his ideas from the mining then, and some of the. I see what you're saying. Okay, you got to figure these authors got to get inspired for something, and that was it then. Okay, I can see that now, but. He is not Welsh. He is English. Oh, he is English. That's what I thought. Okay, okay. I'm just reading what you're writing there. I just knew he was British, somewhere from either English or British, something like that. So, but I don't know if he even wrote any other. Did he ever write anything else other than the trilogy? Does he have any other books? I mean, he's got The Hobbit. He's got the trilogies there. I mean, he must have other works other than that, right? Yeah. But, oh, speaking of authors, right? Have you ever heard of, you must have heard of, what's the guy's name again? Oh, gosh, I was just going to talk about him. The guy who wrote The Catcher in the Rye. Now, I'm not crazy about that book. I know it was like some big book with all these teenagers in the 60s. I read it. Actually, I heard the audiobook. I didn't really like it. It didn't appeal to me. I says, what's the big deal with that? It's just, I didn't think it was, I don't know how many people you like, how many people like, um, oh, what the heck's the guy's name again? You know, Catcher in the Rye, J.D. Salinger. I heard the audiobook and I thought everybody's hearing this and they want these high school kids reading this book and studying on this book, and it's all this good reading and this and that. I heard it and I thought, I don't know. I just didn't get much out of it. You know, I really didn't. But that was me. But anyway, that guy J.D. Salinger, I guess he, after he wrote these books, he didn't like the fame and fortune that he got. He moved to New Hampshire, of all places. And he lived out his life up in Cornish, New Hampshire. Same state I'm in. And he wanted to be anonymous. You know what I mean? He just wanted to live out his life, and he pretty much did. I guess he did just want to live out there and nobody bother him. And talk about what I did earlier. He went and got himself like a house or a cabin out in the middle of the woods. I mean, far away from people. His whole idea was just that. He lived the rest of his life. I mean, after he got famous with The Catcher in the Rye, I think the idea was he didn't like all the publicity he got, and he just decided he didn't want people around. I mean, he was from New York. He wrote the book, and I don't know if it was a whole fame thing that what it was, but something snapped in the guy, and he didn't write anymore, and he just disappeared. And he just went up to New Hampshire, and he lived there until he passed away. He died about, I mean, I'm going to say about 15 years ago. I'm probably back in 2010 or something like that. I can't remember the date. And they said, yeah, the guy was from Cornish, New Hampshire. That's where he settled. And that's just a smaller town than the town I'm in. But I could see why he'd want to escape, man, into where he was. I think he was an introverted intuitor. He had to have been. Whatever he went through, I mean, whatever he was exactly, the guy had to have been an introvert, to do what he did. But one time I heard this story on Jeopardy, and I guess some college kids used to go because because it was always a college read in like high schools. They would always, these professors would all like want these students reading Catcher in the Rye. I mean, it's just a strange story. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have a lot of a point. I didn't think it was that good. I mean, that was me. But there was a story about how sometimes these college kids would go up to Cornish and they'd want to know where J.D. Salinger lived. And they knew he lived in that town. They'd be from like some of the local colleges around New Hampshire, right? And they'd want to know, hey, where does J.D. Salinger live? And the guy from Jeopardy says, and knowing that Salinger just wanted his peace and quiet, he didn't want people looking for him. He didn't want that. So they would always, all the local town people would just say, basically tell these people to drive like completely away from where he was. Like if he was over here, they'd say, well, you want to drive down here about 5 miles, then take a left, and and then it's a house down there. It would never be. They'd never give him. The town people knew this guy didn't want to be bothered, and they all protected him. And if anybody local came in looking for him, they would give them all bad directions, so they wouldn't find the guy, at least because he wanted to be left alone. I don't know, just an interesting story. I thought, I mean, how sometimes these authors, I mean, a lot of them, I think they spend so much time just like writing. I mean, you got to figure they write a lot and they like to spend time alone. They sit at their typewriter or their laptop, whatever they do, and they write. They just type whatever it is. But I never forgot that story about how Salinger. I mean, how the local town people just protected him because there was always them college kids wanting to see him or probably knock on his door and ask him questions, and that's the last thing he wanted. I mean, I wouldn't want people knocking on my door. I'm not even that famous, but if anybody said, "Hey, aren't you that guy from YouTube?" No, I don't think. Actually, I don't think you get that famous on YouTube. This is all right. Oh, I am. So Welsh. He's not English, so they have 5 watching still. Okay. Yes. All right. We're still out there. All right. Okay. Still 5 watching. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh my goodness. What time is it? Oh my gosh. People, listen, Jason, you're really out there. You're pretty much one connecting with me today. I mean, you're definitely hanging out with me today, there, guy. You know what I mean? Hey, you gave me a lot of different things to talk about today. You know that? That's awesome. So, but I don't know. Those are some of the interesting stories I got, though. But well, I got 6 of yous out there. All right. Now, some of you. Let me ask you this. Maybe somebody can actually ask. Has anybody been there from the very beginning and hung out with me the whole time? I can't imagine. I can imagine maybe a couple were there, and then they went away, and then a few more showed up and went away. I mean, I noticed, Jason, you were there quite a while. You showed up pretty early on. I don't know if anybody else did or not. I just can't remember. But bottom line is, people, I've been doing this started streaming 3 hours ago. I don't shut up with you, and I'm not so quiet when I'm not. Oh, okay. I don't shut up with you, and I'm so quiet when I'm not. Okay, I get it. Hey, I'm the same way. Hey, listen, you know what? I got to tell you, the most talking I seem to ever do is when I record a video or go live here. I mean, you maybe think I'm a talker and all they do is blab, and I do that when I'm on camera here. But I don't. I don't talk to a lot of people besides what I do on this channel. I mean, maybe you find that hard to believe. Maybe you think, he's making that up. Man, I don't know. I don't know what you're thinking, but I know your impression is you see me here doing this, but this is about the most I talk, even now. I told you early on when I started this channel, I looked at some of my early videos. And if you're curious, look at some of my earliest videos. If you go down to the inventory and look at some of the ones I didn't even edit yet. I got some of the earlier ones I didn't even, edit them out because nowadays I take things out that I mispronounce or I stutter, or if I say it wrong, I might say it again and I cut little pieces out like you're supposed to. You're supposed to trim it down a little bit. Now, some of those other ones I recorded early on, I didn't even trim them down. And a lot of times I felt like I wasn't even finishing words, or I'd slur them a little bit. I'm like, because I wasn't even, I mean, I could still speak. I mean, it wasn't like I wasn't able to speak. I felt like I was out of practice. Almost like your tongue kind of forgot how to carry a total sentence. You know what I mean? And it's almost like over the courses of the months, I remember thinking, I actually have to start speaking more. If I'm going to do this YouTube channel, I have to speak. I have to talk, and I have to have a cogent, decent pronunciation of things. And I got to stop the uhs and the stutters and I still do that sometimes. But I had to get more apt to talking. Even still now, I still feel like I need a little practice because I only do that when I'm on the channel. You know what I mean? But yeah, Tom, it's not easy what you do. Uh, Vamp, I'm a happy listener. Oh, I know you are. I know you are. Okay, okay, Thomas, you're brave to let it all hang out. I don't know if I'm letting it all hang out. You know, listen, I'm talking to y'all. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling stories. I got some things that I like to talk about and stuff. I don't know if it's brave. Listen, I'm sitting in my desk in my little office in my home. I call this an office. I made this little bedroom that should have been some little kid's bedroom to my office. That's what this is. But I got my desk and I made it into an office because this is all I'm using it for. You know, and here I am sitting in my chair in front of it, and I'm talking to you. I don't know if there's anything brave about that. And I'm talking to a camera. I'm not just talking to a camera. I know you're out there hearing me. And of course, I'm looking at myself on my laptop over here. I don't know if there's anything brave about that. I guess bottom line is I mean, I do have a certain part of me that likes to communicate, that likes to connect. Go figure. You know what I mean? That's part of who we are, you know? Yeah, we can be we can be isolated, we can be alone, but there has to be moments in there where, yeah, you got to find connections, even if it's like this. It's all virtual, it's all through the media. It's still, but you're talking to somebody because you're responding here. You know what I mean? And that's all it is. It's great, Tom. Tom, you're on your tube history forever. That's amazing to think about. Yeah, as long as yeah, I suppose so. Hey, as long as this channel, I don't know how YouTube works nowadays. As long as they keep this channel up. I mean, let's say something happened to me and I couldn't make the channel anymore. I mean, there's somewhere these videos are kept in some vault, or they're available for like hundreds of years. They say they are, that they're all kept, and they're going to be in some cycle for hundreds of years. The thing is, too, right? I don't know what YouTube will do. Yeah, I don't know how they work. Sometimes you hear about these times where they take certain channels and I've heard, YouTube will they'll just shut a channel down for whatever reason. Maybe maybe the host is doing things improperly or they're violating copyrights. There's certain reasons why. Sometimes you hear these other creators say, oh, they're doing it because they're using AI. Now, every so often you hear about them, you know, just like shutting down a whole channel. Vamp Fox. Honestly, I think once you're comfortable with, you start to open up more. I completely understand. Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think it takes me a little bit of time just to get comfortable. Yeah, and I think that's true. I mean, you have to like. I think too. I mean, I think because we're all kind of linked in a lot of ways. We're kind of tied in so many ways with with our basically what we have in common. We have this in common is that we're as far away as we are, we're rare, and we kind of understand each other's language, right? It's like it's a connection to other to. It's like it's a connection to another world. When you say other world, you mean like literally like another world, like, or just because you're halfway around the world, because we're on different parts of the world. Gosh, Vamp Fox, you're in Australia. I mean, you're literally down under. I mean, I'm probably pointing at you right now. I'm pointing at the floor over here. I don't know. Maybe you're over here. I'm just pointing down at the floor. I'm saying, but that's where you are. You're like through the earth. You're right to the opposite side. You know what I mean? But I mean, do you mean other world as in like because of the distance, like that, or do you mean like literally another planet? What do you mean? I just don't know like what kind of other world you're like. Your voice now with the echo through it. 10,000 years. But it will always be on video. Someone in the future will come to this. Yeah. So that's how I remain immortal. Wow. That's deep. Whoa. Whoa, that's deep right there. Yeah, because I'll be long, long gone. I'll be ashes, I'll be nothing. And hey, that's how people that's how these think about it. I mean, people record these like the Beatles, they're immortal. People are going to be hearing Beatles songs for hundreds of years, like the way we hear Mozart. I mean, gosh, you can't hear a recording of Mozart, obviously, but you can hear a symphony, like, do his music, take his music written down and perform it. And that's like hearing his music or his creation. Yeah. You should feel good about that. Well, yeah, you know what? Listen, it would be something to think that maybe someday in the future, if, hey, somebody gets something out of my videos, I mean, hey, all I do is talk, and I just talk about what I'm experienced at, and I just think that's all. I mean, you just have yeah. I mean, I like to think that, see, you are already projecting into the future. Yeah. I mean, I kind of do, but I mean, I was thinking like just the connection we got right now. I mean, right now at this moment. But yeah, you're thinking of that long-term future projection. You're thinking 1,000 years in the future, and you're thinking these things are going to be available by then. Yeah. Well, think about it. In some way, and say in 1,000 years from now, and YouTube has like this massive library of stored videos, like it does, and it's going to be like that. And maybe something more elaborate comes around. Who knows? And there could be. What's to say that on Star Wars, you ever see like they get the holographic, like where they literally they're watching like a not even just a movie or a screen. They got this little thing that just projects up, and it's three-dimensional. I mean, especially the way they do AI, it's not going to be on a screen anymore. And then they'll say, well, this is how they watched videos 1,000 years ago. And they'll think, look how archaic it was. And 100 years before that, everything was in black and white. They'll look at black and white like it was even, the way we look at black and white movies. You know what I mean? Or the way we look at those, you ever see those glass plate photographs of like Abe Lincoln? You know what I mean? You look at those and they're just like those burnt glass plates that they used for photographs. That was the early photography. Yeah, we look at it now, all black and white, all just like, like stained and everything and not really clear. But that looks archaic to us now. But back then, that was very high tech. It's like, wow, you can actually burn an image on a piece of glass and see it. And that was like phenomenal. Like, wow, you got to be kidding me. You could take a picture. We look at it now and think, my gosh, look how primitive this is. Same thing. Someday this is going to be looking at like it's primitive because it's just on a screen. But all right. I know I'm definitely a self-conscious person and shy person, too, especially for an INFJ. Really? Okay, you're self-conscious and shy. Okay. I've always struggled to speak, even others. No, I've always struggled to speak, even up to others. But when I do, it's deep or has meaning and is helpful. Well, yeah, that's basically that's basically what a lot of people don't have is that deep conversation. See, a lot of times when you get familiar with somebody too, when you get to know people, they're more apt to open up. Like you said, it's just a way of being comfortable. You start opening up and you start just venting a little more. And of course, at that point there, I mean, you start talking a little more, you start finding out things that you can talk about. And then you realize these people are more than superficial. They won't just talk about movies or gossip or weather, small talk. They don't want to just talk about the Kardashians or whatever, or baseball. No, they're deeper than that, right? I mean, these are just surface stuff. Yeah. But sometimes there are certain people you can't get any deeper than that. That's all they want to know, and then they'll just want to talk about family and about jobs and things, but they don't want to talk about deep concepts about about what we talk about. But this is what sparks our interest. This is what we like to talk about, is like deep concepts, and that captivates us because that's just the way we are. Yeah. When the search comes up for empaths and you are now a part of great library of the YouTube, like great libraries of Alexander. I don't know if I go that far. Come on, man. That's a little bit of a stretch. Yeah, I mean, great of New Alexandria is what I don't know about that, man. I mean, you got to figure this. I mean, it's there, but it would almost make you wonder if it would be just like in a library. But like I said, it would be something. It would be something archaic, wouldn't it? Yeah. Well, then I better make sure I make it worth it. Then hey, you gave me something to think about. If it's gonna be that we as creators, as content creators, are gonna be immortalized somehow in some library, and then just knowing you have that kind of responsibility, you should make sure that that whatever you're putting out there is worth it. That's going to be meaningful. Yeah, what do you think of that? That's all the more motivation just to make sure that it's good stuff. That somebody's gonna benefit from it someday, right? Even long after you're passed, I guess. Hey, again, Jason, like I said before, now my very words that I texted to you, I just thought of this. Where we're steering this conversation, I don't know if it was just a coincidence or what, but I just thought of it. The farmer tills the soil to anticipate the oh gosh, what was it? How did oh, now I can't even think of it. You remember that answer I gave you in the comment just today, right? The farmer tills the soil with anticipation of the crop. Yeah, and then the farmer The farmer plants the seeds in anticipation of the harvest. You see the stages. Okay, so basically what I'm doing right now, you're saying basically that if it's all going to be kept for 1,000 years and it's going to be seen, right? Yeah, yeah. So I just thought of that. I just wrote that earlier today. And I mean, that's basically what we're talking about, right? And you're talking about, remember, you're putting something out there, you're communicating to the youth thinking they're not going to get it. Remember, like you were saying that. Exactly, right? But bottom line is you're planting the seeds. You're anticipating the till of the soil. And then you're planting the seeds, anticipating the harvest. See? So I guess you're always thinking long term. Yeah. So a farmer has to do all that. And, he's planting the seeds not for that moment, but for the months later when he's going to harvest his crop. Okay. Yeah, that's basically what we're talking about. And I think I wrote that in there because you were talking about that. So there you go. All right. Well, I got to tell you, people, I would have probably my phone would have died by now. Luckily, I plugged it in when I did. That's good. I'll tell you. What time is it? What time is it? Oh my gosh! Wow, I can't believe it. It's like 5:45 in the morning here. Yeah, fantastic. I love planting seeds. Oh, that's good. That's good. Big dreams. So I have 5 people watching. I've had a consistent of, I'd say, 5, 6, 7 people watching all night. That's excellent. I got to tell you, I like that. I like that. And a lot of you, I think, are some of you just kind of watching. Maybe you got me in the background. I can imagine some of you people are just doing your thing. You got it in the background, and you probably just want to hang out. Like I said, we're hanging out here. You know what I mean? That's all. So. Uh, but like I said, I just like the whole idea of the whole modern day. Um, I mean, a lot of people say, think about this too. I mean, years ago when you didn't have all this social media, it can have a pro and a con though, and I can see the pros and cons to this. I mean, years ago, before there was Facebook, before there was TikTok, and before Instagram, YouTube, all these social media. Now, people had their landlines. I mean, people would make a phone call and they'd call their friends up, and we'd end up, if the line was busy, then fine, you knew they were on the line or somebody was. And if they didn't answer the phone, it's like, okay, they weren't home. And if you see what I'm saying? So a lot of times you had to make that connection with somebody, just to call them up. And then you met somewhere and you hung out, you know what I mean? Whatever you did, maybe a couple of buddies of yours, you went and had a couple of girls that you met up with and stuff like that. You took a ride to the beach. Yeah, we did that stuff all the time, but nowadays, I guess the con to this is the fact that, yes, I mean, as we shrunk the world down, and we did, and we're halfway around the world, we're in different countries, we're literally oceans away, but we're connected here through this net. It got the whole idea of having to actually go somewhere. I mean, I don't have to go anywhere. I'm sitting in my office, in my home, and I'm just doing this. But a lot of times, I mean, some people might say that's enough. They get their socialization, they've got their reach without actually ever contacting anybody anymore. But it did reach us across the border, but at the same time, it isolated a lot of people too. You see, a lot of people are content just doing that. Even people cross town. Let's say people live in the same town or in the same state, and they could easily hang out. I mean, they could be just doing their thing on their house just a couple blocks away, and they're connecting that way. So in a way, it kind of took away that whole human connection in that way. Now, I guess you might say to yourself as an INFJ, hey, that's not a bad thing. We're kind of introverted. We always like your alone time anyway. It's kind of like it's, I don't know how to describe it. I guess in a way you think to yourself, well, is that a good thing or is it not a good thing, right? But I guess you got to think of it as, I mean, it's got its goods and bads, you know, because it kind of made people a little more separate. It kind of spread everybody out too. I mean, we have a whole generation of people that that don't connect the way we used to 30 years ago, 35 years ago, whatever it is. You see? So I mean, in a way, it kind of took away the human connection in that way. It kind of got us more spread out. You know, I think a lot of times people are content that way. That's how they grew up, and it kind of it distanced it distanced a lot of humanity as well in some ways. but but the bottom line is we were talking about the whole concept of these things being stored for hundreds of years from now. I guess yeah, someday they're going to be something archaic. Yeah, yeah, somebody will be watching them and things like. Now, do any of you have YouTube channels? I mean, I'm sure sometimes content creators watch other content creators as well. Apparently, that's what we're here for, to reconnect people as empaths, as empath. Okay. I think that. Now, do you think? Do you, here's what I can't understand. I know empathy is usually. I want to ask you a question, Jason. Now you want to talk about the empath thing. Um, do you think that empathy, when is it a mental thing? Is it more like telepathy where your mind is picking up kind of mind waves? Or do you think it's more in the nervous system where you're thinking that maybe INFJs are so in touch with like the way they're built, the way they're wired? And of course, we have a whole nervous system that's wired. I mean, we have the sense of touch. I mean, we sense through our skin, through our nerve and our nervous system. Now, I think, is it possible that we're picking up the empathy almost through our skin through like vibrations? Like, do emotions emanate a certain vibration? And empaths have a heightened nervous system, and are they picking it up through their skin, through their senses and their like the touch? Or is it a telepathy thing? I always wondered what exactly how it was possible for a human being to sense an emotion, if even if you're not present. Now, if you can't see somebody's face, let's say obviously you see somebody getting enraged, they're turning red, they look clenched, they look mad, or they look sad because they're frowning or they're weeping. These are visual ideas, but I want to know the. I just wonder if it's the RE. What is the RE? There. Oh, you look like you're gonna type something. Um, but I heard another channel. Matter of fact, somebody mentioned Lawrence Scapala. Lauren said that the INFJs have a heightened nervous system. That's how they pick up. Like, in other words, I mean, their nervous system is directly like linked to their basically their they're nervous, their emotion, their feeling. They have a heightened level of feeling through their nervous system. It's not just mental. It doesn't just stop at the brain and how you process it. It surges through your body. And that's what she says it is. And I said, that makes a lot of sense. Because a lot of times you might sense a certain thing, like an emotion or something. Occasionally, you might feel like it surges through you. The way I told you that story about walking into that cafe, I felt tense. I felt like my body, like actually getting like physically tense in a way, as I was trying to, But I stayed anyway, and I kind of observed these people, trying to read them. And I remember the whole time I kept looking back and forth, trying to read what was going on. It was a strange feeling. I told you that story, but a lot of times I think, where did it come from? Was it just that I was detecting the vibes in the air through my nervous system in a sense? And Lawrence Scapala said that that's what it is. But I always wondered, how does it get there? I mean, is it telepathy? Is it mind thing? Or is it nervous? Well, it's got to be detected somehow. Our energies are from the libido, the center. We have some energy fields we pick up, or because we are on top of a higher vibration. Okay, vibrations, yeah. Okay, so it is. I mean, so emotions are vibrational then, I would imagine. Now, I understand there's certain animals. I know certain fish, certain animals can pick up vibrations in the water, but I can understand, water being more liquid. Certain fish, eels, sharks even, they can sense like from miles. Well, for one thing, they smell the blood in the water, but they can also sense a fish in distress, like flailing, like a fish that's not swimming gracefully in the water, one that's injured or one that's flailing. They sense that and they start swimming toward that area where the vibration's coming from. They're honing in on that. But does oxygen, air in the human body, I mean, we have that same way of projecting it through air? Are we that sensitive that we can feel this electric current almost? Yeah, electric current is is from the fish, right? That's what I'm saying. But I'm using that as an example, as feeling vibrations. And I mean, certain spiders, like trapdoor spiders, they feel the vibrations of the animals crawling up ahead. I mean, I can understand that though. That they get up and the trapdoor, they capture their prey that way. So I know vibrations are used in the animal kingdom in so many ways. But what I'm saying is, like, being that human beings have empathy, empathetic ways of sensing emotions. I'm just saying. I mean, it's all something to do with the nervous system. Something picking up the vibrations through the nerves. Um, but I just was wondering if you ever heard anything like that, if you ever believed that. But I always try to figure out, how does the sense picked up? It can't be telepathy, or maybe I suppose it could be. Um, we are all chosen ones. Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I think every human being, I think every personality type, they all have their own very special gifts and attributes. It just so happens that uh, our type is it's just, it's not a physical one. It's not physical, it's not sensing, it's just the opposite. It's just very, very rare. Ego talking, LOL. What does that mean? You think I'm egotistical? I'm asking questions here, man. I'm just trying to get to know what you're thinking of that. I know you keep going back to like empathy. You keep mentioning that. Oh, you? It would make sense to some degree, like me. Uh, oh, I don't know. Oh, we're all the chosen ones. Oh, ego talking. Oh, you. All right, that's you're saying. I didn't know if you were saying like whatever I was saying was ego. Hey, hey, listen. I'm guilty too. I'm not like completely ego free. We can only stay as humble as we can, and nobody likes that kind of person, but I try not to be. But it's good that we're humble when we can just say, oh yeah, we're all chosen ones. I get it. Grant Fox, it would make sense to some degree. Like, okay, I get it. I believe, I believe, sense that with my cat. Yeah. Well, cats. Hey, it's funny you bring that up. I know cats. I had one years ago. I, I could have a cat. I just don't have one. But when I did have a cat, I do remember that they have there's a certain level of like they have a certain weird emotion about them. They're an emotional like animal in their own way. They're very affectionate. They got a certain way about them, and also I know they do have a connection. Like, I know one thing. If I came home and I was just kind of ticked off about something, my cat would know enough not to come near me too much. You could tell. But if I came home and something was bugging me and I'd go sit down, I mean, that cat would come up to me and kind of start meowing, start rubbing on my leg, like, what's the matter? Yeah, I know. It's sometimes you wonder too if the cats and dogs do that with their owners, with their masters, whatever you want to call them. Well, that's one thing. That's why people love cats and dogs because yeah, they are in a sense empathetic. I mean, I think animals are that way, especially our pets. Especially those pets do that. Yeah. When it comes to bed, when it comes to bed, when I call, when a caller is off and unwed, unwell, figure that one will pitch dark and there's no noise. Well, so you call her, her caller is off and unwell. Figure this is one when it's pitch dark and there's no noise. Oh, I see. Yeah. So you always feel like you have somewhat of a little bit of a connection to your cats, though. Yeah, like I said, I think that they have a certain, they got a certain quality about them. I mean, cats. I mean, some people don't like them for some reason. I mean, I'm not. I know they have a certain way about them. Yeah, but they're very smart. Cats are very smart, but they're also very sly too. Oh my gosh, are they sly? My dog senses everything off me. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Dogs and cats. Yeah, both of them are very perceptive to emotions to their humans. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, but I mean, I wonder. I mean, it's got to be. I mean, there's a connection there. These are pets. These are animals that were raised by humans their whole life, and the same, the same instincts that they have in their nature. I mean, they're canines after all. If you look at a wolf pack, you look at the hierarchy of a wolf pack, or like dogs in general, or even cat prides. Look at a lion pride. You look at either one, and they have the same personality. You look at a lion, and you look at maybe just a regular house cat, or you look at a cheetah, a lynx, a bobcat. They're all cats. I mean, they have these different kind of genuses about them, but their personality is relatively the same. I mean, kind of like human beings. I mean, gosh, we got many different races and colors and creeds and everything else, but a lot of times human beings, their nature is the same. I mean, you had the primitive Native Americans. To us, they were primitive, but they still had that same human nature, even though they were kind of, they were still kind of in the Stone Age in a sense, versus like the settlers. So my point is that the natures are all the same. So dogs are very similar to like what they would have evolved into the wolf pack. I mean, the dogs with the wolf pack, they happen to be they were a very social animal, and they fought as a wolf. They had that whole hierarchy, and of course, yeah, they had that whole connection too. They had that empathetic connection. So you look at the two, dogs and cats are both social animals. And yeah, so they just take that same nature that they had and they transfer it to a human. Because that's all they know. They were raised by the human. And in fact, it changes a little bit. It even kind of, some of their nature, their instinct kind of goes away because that's all they know is domestication as well. So you got me rambling on again. You find another thing I just ramble on about. Gosh, this guy's a know it all. He picked this, he knows about dogs and cats. It's like, I don't know. I just, yeah, you name it. He just starts talking about everything. I know. I know. Now I'm doing it to myself. I can imagine what people think, right? Yeah. See, that's probably what people think about us when they start talking to him. Gosh, they know he's a know-it-all. My dog senses everything. Yeah, I can't get that. Yeah, that's something though. Yeah. No, I don't have any pets right now. Uh, I I just don't want to have a pet. I just don't want to leave my cat alone anymore. Maybe when I retire and I'm home a little bit more, maybe I'll finally get a dog or a cat. I've never actually had a dog of my own. I've had a cat before. I Back when I was younger, I had like hamsters and things like that. I tried having pets. I did, but you know what? I always felt like I could never stand when things went away. Even just short term. Let's say you get an animal, it's only 2 years. You have it. You know, I don't. I always feel like things, they die. They go away. Family, pets, they never live very long, and it's like you're the only thing that just is always there. That's as funny as it is. Our minds are constantly moving. Yeah, I get that. Yeah. No, I know that. I get that. That's what I mean. But I guess that's what we're all about. That's what this channel's all about. The fact that we're having a conversation and we're branching off about a lot of different things. That's all. You know. But yeah. But I think that's the thing about our type too, is like we're known for being very, just having a plethora of things that just are there that they can talk about just about anything of interest. I mean, they know a little. I even said there was a video I put. Hey, did you ever see this video? Actually, it's one of my more popular ones. I don't know if you've ever heard of this one. It's called "Why INFJs Just Know Things." Right? You got to check this one out, people. It's one of my earlier ones. I think it's about 6 months ago. It's got almost 700 views. It creeped up to that, and I think it's on one of my like best watch lists. And it's got me pictured in a chair. I'm in a chair like this, and I'm 20 something years old. I think I was 20 years old when I found it. One of my friends, I had her, she had this picture back when I used to hang out with them back in Lynn. And I used to hang out with these, with some friends of mine. And so she was the girlfriend of one of my best friends, right? So one time they took a picture of me, and I was in their chair, and I was just doing like a pose, like a real serious pose, and I was giving that stare, right? And then I remember seeing that again, thinking, "Oh my God, I guess that 40 years ago, that was me 40 something years ago, right?" I'm thinking that looks. I mean, I had it then. I had that stare. I had that look about me. I'm like, yeah, okay, that's got to be part of what it is. So I took that photograph and I said, why do INFJs just know things? Because the old thinker, that statue, the thinker, where he's doing one of these. It kind of looked like that. I thought, okay, that's a perfect picture, and it's 40 years ago. But it's called "How INFJs Just Know Things," and I explain why why we just do, and I just kind of explained it in such a way that it was actually it was pretty good. I thought it just how we never stop collecting information. We just always we consume things. We just always learning things, and we're always putting things together. Our introverted intuition has a way of connecting patterns and things like that, and you just on the fly just bang. And sometimes it just comes out. It's like I don't know. It's just had a way. I can't remember, but it was a good video. So if you ever see that one, check that one out. Yeah, but yeah, it's actually one of my better ones. It's just kind of it's obscure now because it's an older one, but I like that one. I was all clean shaven and all clean haircut at the time too. I wasn't all this big old scruffy mess that I am right now. You know what I mean? But so 5 are still watching. That's awesome. Yeah. So did anybody subscribe to my channel today? Anybody new? Did I get any new subscribers? Anybody? I would hope somebody was interested. Maybe. I mean, it's okay. I mean, if you didn't, I mean, obviously, sometimes I'd like to think that new people come in every so often. My cat is the same. She's currently in my lap. Oh, okay, Vamp Fox. Your cat's with you right now, then, huh? Okay. Well, that's nice. Yeah, cats do like to just kind of curl up on your lap, and they love that. They just stay there. Uh, Back when I was married, there was me and the wife. She had a couple cats, but yeah. But anyway, I thought that was one of my. I always liked that video, that one. So, well, people, listen. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I've been here 4 hours. It says I've been here 4 hours ago, and that's just saying 6 are watching. Listen, people, I'm gonna have to wrap this up. As much as I've really been here a long time, I got to go to sleep. I mean, I'm not working today, but Well, thank you for your time too, Jason. I'm not working or anything like that, but I still got to go to sleep. I've just been doing this so long, and I'm just looking at time constraints. I gotta get up and start moving around a little bit. You know what I mean? But I got to tell you, people, I enjoyed myself so much, and I just want to tell you, I appreciate it when you show up, and I like seeing some of the regulars show up too as well, and I'll do this again. I'll do this again. One of these days, I'm going to have to do one of them that stay strong. Okay, empaths. There you go. Yeah, I'll do another one. I'll definitely. I like doing these late night ones, but I haven't done really much of a earlier one in a while. I probably should, only because, gosh, there's some people in my own time zone that I haven't really connected with too much. I tell you what, though, I'm coming up near 800 subscribers. I have as I'm looking at my total tally count, as I'm looking at it now, it's 789 subscribers. And I tell you, if in 11, it could be, I could have that in a week. I mean, or maybe a few days. I'd like to do a celebration of 800 subscribers, and I will probably do another live then. I could do that. Maybe I'll do a couple of lives. All right. I like to always do that. Usually those are milestones. Okay. And 800s that's another huge milestone here. That's getting close. I can't believe 800. I'm saying that now. I mean, 6 months ago, I'm thinking 800. I would have thought, wow, I'm actually going to get that far. Really, I would have never thought so. I thought 50 was a lot back when I first started. I can't believe it. Well, anyway, people, so I'm going to sign off now. But I want to thank you all for showing up again, and I'll definitely do this again with you sometime. Okay, I hope to see you again. All right. Remember, we are all together in this. Yes, Jason, thank you. Stay strong. Yes, we're all together in this. Absolutely. All right. Well, anybody that's still out there, anybody that's still with me, thank you very much. All right. And until the next time we see each other again, have yourself a wonderful rest of your day, and have yourself a wonderful rest of your week as well. Okay. All right, people. Thank you again so much. And if anybody wants to see this rebroadcast, they can as well. Oh, okay. Whenever they air it. All right. Well, thank you again. All right. Thanks again.